right, so we're going to get started here with the stream. And Awaken Your Mind, if you're around, thank you, by the way, for earlier today. Seems like it's a little dead day on YouTube. It seems like it's always popping off on the weekend to the live stream. But nonetheless, I will get it started, and whoever wants to pop in can pop in anytime. This is mainly for outreach anyways. And so, let's see, I can start soon. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. back, guys. Sorry, I was talking to some friends. Shine, DZ, if you're still here, man. Any of you guys, thank you, man. Just dying laughing. Friend with some computer issues, but it's nuts. So we're gonna get started here with the stream, and it's going to be great. We're gonna go over many different interviews, and people are gonna pop in and out, I'm sure, during the course of these. But we're gonna get right into it. We're not on the One Great Work Network yet. .com, because there's another show currently happening at this time. But I'm going to get started anyways because we have several interviews to go over. And so I'm sure it'll be long enough to encapsulate everyone else. So I'm just going to get started. Thank you guys for joining me.
Hello, this is Corey Angelat. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Angelat, here with a very special guest, Leslie Powers. And she is a lover of nature, art, and philosophy, as well as a seeker of truth and freedom. She's a clinical social worker, mental health counselor, consultant on mental health and trauma, and mentor for life coaches. Very cool. She's got a website, AliveThrive.life. So that's AliveThrive.life, and we're going to be talking about a lot of really interesting topics here, particularly the relationship between the internal monarch and the external anarch. Let's kind of talk about this. What does this mean? You say, are you an innie or an outie, and where is your locus of control? Thank you for joining us.
Sure, I'm glad to be here, Corey. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited about your conference, your summit here. And this concept of internal, innie or outie, comes from a psychological principle of internal versus external locus of control. And when I was in graduate school, there was like one class that I found actually really helpful that I carried with me through my years of experience. And that instructor basically wouldn't even teach us the diagnostic manual. And he instead found some principles that he thought were important for us when we're working with people. And one of those principles was to assess whether a person has an internal or an external locus of control. And what that means is when a person is facing difficulties in their life, do they see that the power to make change is within them, that they have that power internally, or do they feel that the problems are due to external sources and the solution is on the external, in the external world as well? And as I've started to learn about natural law and, the various teachings about, from Mark Passio, and also this concept in Michael Tessarian's work of internal monarchy, it resonated with me that that's internal locus of control, and that it's really important that people reflect on themselves and where they see where do they see power to change things in the world? Where do they see the power lies to change themselves? And it makes a huge difference if you know that you have internal power as opposed to believing that it's external conditions.
Okay. Yeah, so you use this word monarchy and anarchy. What do these terms mean for the people who are not interested with these terms, or they don't really know what they're about?
Sure. So anarchy, despite kind of popular definition, means that no rulers, that we have internal sense of responsibility or internal monarchy. We are the master of ourselves, but not subject to external controllers or authority. That we learn to have internal authority and see that we, have responsibility to make the changes in our lives that will impact ourselves and others around us in the world. While monarchy would be that there is a ruler, an authority that would then control others. So we seek internal monarchy and external anarchy, no ruler.
I see. So is that where the innie and the outie sort of comes
Yeah.
in, right?
Yes, yes. So are you focused, I just playing around with that, but yeah, are you more in your own, when you look at your own self in general, but also in any situation you're up against, when you ask, a lot of people will say things, well, I don't have any power to change things. This is, for the politicians to take care of. This is the government's job. I'm just a little old me. I just got to focus on me and mine, and I don't have any power to change anything. Well, that would be having an external locus of control in that area. Now, clearly, there are limits to our impact. There's limits to our power and what we can change. And it is a good question to ask, where is my ability to make change? Where's my power? What can I do? What action can I take? What thoughts can I think? Right? And it's much more powerful to be an individual who starts to recognize that you have internal power to affect your environment.
So like, it sounds like to me, it's sort of like control, right? Like, where's the control? Like, are you in control of yourself, or is someone else in control of you?
Yes, it is the locus of control, right? It's the location, the point of control. So locus would be a point, a location, a particular place.
Okay.
And when we're in a particular place, where do we perceive the power to be or the control to be? And so people who, are really seeing that the control is outside of themselves, it's in their employer, it's in their partner, it's in the environment, it's, in the government, whatever, then they're going to feel rather powerless, which usually correlates to feelings of depression, for example. So, and when someone is able to say, well, I can't change that, but I have this range of power. I have some control over what I say yes to and what I say no to. I have control over my thoughts. I have control over my boundaries. Then that brings a sense of efficacy, self-efficacy in the world, which then affects the mood. It affects your beliefs about yourself and can help alleviate things like depression, and can lead to the willingness to take action. One is much more likely to take action in the world if they have an internal locus of control and see that I can make an effect.
Yeah. See, it's interesting because you're coming at this from like a mental health perspective, which is really interesting because we talk a lot about, ideas that go through the mind and how people can control others' minds. A lot of other speakers on the summit and a lot of people have talked about how, you need to have that self-sovereignty, understand what you are putting out into the world. And that first starts in the mind, right? The principle of mentalism we talk about. So it's interesting because you have like a health perspective on this. In talking about like depression, a lot of people nowadays like suffer from a lot of these mental health conditions, but are like practitioners really considering the aspect of freedom involved with this? Because I feel like they don't always talk enough about like freedom and what's going on in the whole world affecting them.
I agree with you. Yes. And I come from a social work perspective. So the training and the model of social work is very much includes the environment and the person in a situation and the circles of support. It involves looking outside of just your own mind, but recognizing that we are people in relationships, we are people in environments. And so when there's internal work, mental work, cognitive work, which is vital to do. And then there's also power in making impact in an environment or in relationships, right? And I think that a lot of people, in this world right now are feeling rather powerless and helpless. There's so much going on that's outside of our circle of impact, right? And people put up their hands and they close their vision. And oftentimes, many people are getting more and more depressed. Right now, the rates of depression and anxiety are skyrocketing. There's waiting lists for therapists everywhere. Um,
So
and so
is
I
it
think
because
it's important.
people don't understand this dynamic between the internal and external, or sort of like an imbalance where there's too much external or internal control and it's just not where it should be?
I think that it's going to vary among people, right?
Hmm.
And so what I'm suggesting is that people really take a look at themselves and their beliefs, their acting cognitions, their thoughts around what they have ability to change and what they don't. And I think in many cases there's more opportunity to make an impact and make a change in their own lives, but also that can ripple out into the world,
Hmm.
by shifting a little bit to say, well, maybe I have some opportunity to make decisions that I can have an impact, right? And then take action to do that. And together, the more people that take on that internal sense of power, that place of power within, then the more likely people will take action and results will happen that will change the tide in the bigger world stream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I mean, because we do, each one of us, I mean, contribute to the world that we're making. I mean, where we put our money, right, contributes. It's like voting with our dollar, we say.
Yeah.
I want to support this company. I want to support that company. Every time we give our money somewhere, right? Or every time we socially interact with someone, it's sort of the same thing. There's a transaction being made. That's the way I look at it. So it's
Yeah.
cool. You provide like a diagram, sort of like sharing a lot of this that you just talked about. It's called Rotter's locus of control. Do you mind if I read some of that? Just the first
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
so it says locus of control is a psychological concept developed by Julian B. Rotter that refers to the degree to which individuals believe they control situations, experiences, and outcomes in their lives. In education, the concept generally refers to how students view the causes of their academic successes and failures. Okay. And so it says external things happen to me, outcomes are out of my control. I need to seek reassurance from others before acting. And then the internal self says, I make things happen. I control outcomes. I don't need to seek reassurance from others before acting. Interesting.
So I think about what happened during this whole kind of pandemic, right? And you can look at how did people react to the news coming over the TV screens, right? And those people who relied on the authority to know information as to be the source of truth followed, right? So so you hear people saying a lot of things, well, I'm not a doctor, I don't have a degree in that, I can't figure that out, I have to look to the experts, right? And then you saw these people turn to government experts and people with, who claimed certain expertise. That, I would say, is a good example of an external locus of control in that situation. And people who stayed home and didn't go outside without wearing a mask, or sat at their dinner table with their own son in their own house with masks on. I know people like that. And I think about that, and I think about the difference between that response and those of us who said, wait a minute here, I think I can make some conclusions with my own brain. I'm not just going to follow this. I
Right.
know that I have the efficacy, I have the intelligence, I have the ability to glean information and think things logically. And that's because of having an internal locus of control. So I see it being huge.
Yeah, the chart mentions if you have an internal locus of control, you're less likely to conform and obey social influences. Whereas if it's external, you're more likely to conform. So, because you're seeking it, right? You're sort of like being a victim, right? There's a
Yeah,
victim mentality.
yeah, yeah. A person who's vulnerable and needs to look to an authority figure to make a decision.
Hmm.
Tell me what to do.
Right.
And it brings up the whole concept of authority and whether the legitimacy or illegitimacy of authority, right?
Yeah.
Because if you have an internal locus of control, then you are much more likely to believe that there's an authority figure who has the right or power to give those orders, to make the decisions for you, and can enforce your obedience. And then there's fear, right?
Hmm.
So it's very connected.
Yeah.
And then with those people become vulnerable to manipulation, coercion, abuse by the authority.
Yeah, and they learn that from a very young age too, right? In schools, where it's like, if you don't disobey, this will happen to you. So that fear is sort of built into it, not just the school system, but the political system too, because if you don't obey the laws, there's going to be consequences. So there's fear on both ends, it seems.
Yes. And I
So,
think even in your home, children with their parents from an early age, that sets a stage to whether you are raised to obey my word, do as I say, or whether you are given validation for your own thoughts and creative expressions, or
yeah.
seeing things a different way. Kids can get deflated very young.
Would you say that's like the difference between like a natural leader versus like a leader who is just there for authority, not really influencing people? So rather than coaching and guiding and teaching, rather seeking the authority and saying, just do as I say.
Yeah,
Would you say it's sort of like that?
yeah, I hadn't really thought of it, but I think if you are raised by a very authoritarian parent, for example, you're already having this imprint that there is such a thing as an authority, and it's dangerous if you challenge it, right? And there's a sense of, I don't have control, the authority does. And therefore, what does a person do typically when you feel lack of control? You seek to feel in control in some way, which would make you vulnerable to becoming a authority yourself or an enforcer. I
Wow.
would think. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
no, well, there is a quote. It's funny you say that. There's a quote that I know. It says the slave, begins asking for their freedom and then ends asking to wear the crown. So it's a quote that I've seen before, and it's like that sort of comes to mind when you're talking about that, because if you still have that mentality, right, of I am a victim, and I need something, and I'm never happy, I'm never content with who I am. I mean,
Yeah.
are you ever going to be happy? It's like, if you can't be happy now, can you try to? What are you going to seek? Are you going to seek attachments, material things to make you happy? More things, right?
Or power,
Mm.
prestige, title, position, right? So that's what's going to make you feel like you're important and that you're powerful. Seeking power,
But not actually, right?
but not actually, it's a false power. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the real power is inside us.
Interesting. So
I
let's
think.
talk about that. Yeah, so let's talk about that. You call that empowerment, right? Which is, I like that word because it's sort of like bringing the power out of somebody, because you said before it's sort of like in them. You just got to bring that out into that internal monarch, as we talked about before, monarchon, one ruler. So you say it's developing mastery over ourselves, and that is the goal. How do we attain mastery over ourselves?
Mhm. So it's a process of internal reflection. I think okay, we could go back to a child again, right? How does a child develop mastery? They are given opportunities to try on their skills. They get the opportunity to walk, to jump, to climb, right? To be given opportunities to draw. There's a drive. I've seen it in my own children. It's very real. There is a drive to impact your environment, to interact with it. And you can see a child who, is able to do a puzzle or move something on their own, and they're gleeful. It's triumphant. It's a good feeling. And I think it starts there. It starts with those opportunities to have freedom within a boundary of safety, right? So a parent is there to supervise, to provide a safe container for a child to explore. And so a child with a healthy attachment, a healthy relationship that's secure, actually walks away from their parent to explore the environment. And then they get to have those experiences of efficacy and impact on the world. And they get, the parent claps and is happy for them. And they make sure that they don't fall, down the stairs while they're doing it, as opposed to maybe a very helicopter parent who is so nervous that they won't let their child explore very far, or they're right on top of them, or don't touch
Right.
that, or oh my gosh, you're going to fall off that, and so it's that mastery starts very young. And then in all of those developmental stages of life, there's going to be an impact on that person's sense of inner monarchy, right? So you go to a school system and we all have stories of being, shut down or told to sit down or be quiet, or you're talking at the wrong time, or whatever it might be, or don't, you interpreted that poem wrong. I remember that one. And so, it has impacts on people over life. And I think that sometimes people get beaten down a bit, and then they start to believe that they don't have, that they're not important, that they don't have a real purpose, they don't have much impact in the world. There's not much, they can do well. I mean, there's all a continuum of that, right? And so let's say you're a person who is feeling very powerless and hopeless, and don't feel that you have a clear purpose, and you're not feeling very like you have many options of impact in the world. Well, that's internal work. I mean, it's an inside job, right? To look at those thoughts. You look at your thoughts, you look at how those thoughts affect your feelings and your behaviors. And then you can look at the origins of those thoughts, and you start to question them, and you challenge them, and hopefully start to change your scenery and change the people you're around to those people who will help to see you, who see you in a different light, or see you in your potential. So that sometimes we need a mirror. We need a mirror. We can do a lot of work internally, but it really helps accelerate the process of growth when you have someone positive, supportive, who cares about you and will help for you to see yourself in a new light of one of power. And I would say as a counselor, that is part of my role, is I'm helping people to see their true nature and their skills and gifts that they don't see. And then we help to look at where they got beaten down, and those their self-concept was destroyed. And we rebuild.
Yeah, so I'm a health coach, and I don't share that with many people, but because I don't go around with my title like, "Hey, I'm a health coach." But I think it is important because I do have a lot of those concepts too, and when I bring that with me into conversations, into everything, because they work. Something called the magic of mirroring, which is sort of what you just said. Having that mirror to reflect upon, having somebody that you trust to talk to. Another thing that worked for me was journaling. So like you said, keep track of your thoughts and find out their origins. I can look at my own journal and find out how I was thinking, then versus now, and compare and contrast. And I was able to see different perspectives. I'd run different mental simulations, talking to different persons. And I think that all contributes, and it's sort of like curiosity within itself. Which you talk about with the exploration of the child, which I think is really important, because we can say, yeah, it's conformity. That's the issue. It's just conforming to society, but it's more than that. It's more than just that, because there's a suppression of the curiosity, like you mentioned in the school system, where here's the test and this is the way it must be done. This is how you must act, basically. Not how do you think, it's what to think. And even at home, right, the kids are now given technology. play this iPad, go in this technology, and kind of turn off your mind and let this other thing be the creative mechanism. Now, that thing could help with creativity potentially, right? Depending on what you're doing with it or what have you. But I think oftentimes we might use technology as a means to like sort of suppress that curiosity. I don't know if you agree with that. But I think we have to be conscious of those influences as well. Uh,
Yeah.
and John Locke said that, nature has children born with curiosity to help get rid of their ignorance. And I think that's sort of important because it helps them learn even more. Like if somebody's
Yeah.
just told what to do, are they really learning? Versus somebody who gets to experience the world and just has someone there to make sure that they're safe. I mean, because like you said, as long as the parent is there to keep them safe, the child can have fun and figure out things on their own if you just give them the time, the space to do it. And a little
Yeah.
bit of guidance goes a long way, does it
Right.
not?
Yeah, for sure. And I think also what came to my mind as you were talking was this idea of technology being someone else's creativity being kind of put on you and mesmerizing you, a lot of it. And then kids end up sitting a lot and they're inside. And so they're not playing creatively, creating their own thoughts and ideas with like Legos and blocks and art, a pen
I
and
love
paint,
that.
right? Instead they're, sort of within very strict confines, usually of some programmer creator.
Yeah.
And then they're not, and then being outside is also, I think, missing for a lot of kids. I know, and very different. When I was young, my parents just gave me free roam and I was outside all the time. And that's where I had a lot of creativity. I had this very active fantasy world and play with my friends and exploration and exercise. And I think that helped to like instill in me a sense of, um, that internal power, that internal control, because I was out there doing stuff.
Yeah.
And nature itself, is a feedback mechanism that we interact with. And it's a different feedback mechanism than the screen. I almost think it's like created as an alternative to nature, right? To do the mind control ultimately. But what we
Mhm.
really need to be is in nature interacting more. I mean, I'm not totally against everything in technology, but I think a lot of it has to do with your consciousness of it and the balance. And there's yeah, so that's what I want to say.
Well, I think people would look at my message. My message is nature is the answer. I shared on all my different platforms. They're going to look at that and they're going to think, oh, maybe he's anti-technology because I express the same feelings that you have. It's just the point that it was there first. That's just the point is that it was there first and it's always here for us. And it's not this thing that we're dependent on that sort of gives us the illusion of reality, right? Like
Yeah.
it's the child or even the adults, anybody, I feel like it can be mesmerized by that screen and it's sort of an illusion of reality. It's like I'm talking to this person, let's say I'm talking to them online and I'm getting a sense of talking to them, but I'm not getting the full sense. Right? I'm not talking to them face to face. It's
Yeah.
totally different. And so and this is obviously not as real, our conversation, but we recognize that we understand what it's doing. We're conscious. And I think that also plays a role too, is like, are we able to see the reality outside of just what we see through the illusion? So in this case, right, where we're talking about the internal monarch and the external anarchy, it's like, do we see that relationship where there's a free world externally and there's a internal control, sovereignty of ourself? Do we understand like sort of the time and place, as I would call it? Like I belong with me, you belong with you. We each belong among each other, but I can't claim to own you or rule you or what have you.
Right. And also where we get our beliefs about what's true,
Mm,
our understanding of what's true. I don't really like the word belief, but I look at, say, my daughter and her generation, they look to what they see online as the truth. And I can say something, but I'm really not seen as the one who knows. I'm
mm.
like kind of, what do Mom, you're weird, right? You know? And And I feel that the technology, when it risks pulling kids away into this vortex that takes any sense of like control a parent thinks they have or wants to have over their kid, like the influence, right, as opposed to control. But the influence gets diminished the more that kids and and adults are in that world that is questionable what's real and what's not, because you don't know sometimes. And that not having that the skills of the trivium, that truth-seeking method, because it's not taught. Instead, you look up Google, you Google it, and what you get, which now we know is limited, right? It's controlled what comes up. So people could do their search on Google, but be missing a whole lot of stuff and not knowing how to really discern truth. And ultimately, it's like trusting something external.
Yeah. And
And I
oftentimes on faith, right? Like we don't
yeah.
really know because you don't have direct experience.
Yes. And I think it also has to do with like people, we're not taught the Hermetic principles, we're not taught natural law and understanding how to interpret what we're seeing and reading. That's kids aren't encouraged to do that in school. They're again taught to, you look up, you study a fact, right? And that's
Yeah.
the fact ever,
Yeah, you have a good slide that sort of sums up a lot of what we've talked about thus far. And I don't know if you want to read it or if I should read it, but I think it talks about some of the skills that are required for this process of freeing ourselves. And we can sort of correlate that and connect this after we read the slide. We can sort of connect it to what's going on in today's world with the certain belief systems that we identify as, particularly dangerous, like statism, for example, right? I mean, as a mental health counselor, I doubt a lot of other mental health counselors are addressing
No,
statism
no.
as a
And
belief system.
I do. And it's interesting. There's a magnetism in the universe that brings me clients like that are open to these ideas in great part. And so it's pretty cool because I can have these conversations and do. I cannot see the screen, so I'll ask you to read it.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. It says potentially most every developing child and adult can learn to master their own internal mental and emotional state, to discipline their physical impulses, and to live according to moral principles. I am calling this internal monarchy. We are free to act as long as we do not cause harm to another. Skills required are self-awareness, self-reflection, emotional intelligence, and emotional regulation, understanding right from wrong, personal responsibility, living by the non-violence principle, self-defense skills, respect for every individual's rights as equal to our own, holistic health habits, communication and personal expression skills, reflective listening, problem solving, time management, critical thinking, etc. If we have internal monarchy, then we can learn to live peacefully and harmoniously in a state of external anarchy. All the skills are learnable. The added requirement is to care. Care comes from the ability to have empathy and recognize that all people are connected and in essence one under a universal power, or what many would call God. Care keeps self-serving interests in check. So sort of like understanding that balance, or that the time place between the individual and the world around them, what to care about, right? Not just themselves and not just others.
Right. And that's the difference between, a person who thinks of themselves versus a narcissist who thinks of themselves all the time, basically, without care and concern for others. So it's important that we care about ourselves and that we have a sense of protection over our rights, our needs, that we can assert ourselves, and that we learn those skills and have that courage to interact with the world in a way that we are standing up for ourselves, our rights, and that we learn these skills, right? As opposed to, someone who claims they have control not only of themselves but you, right?
Hmm. Yeah, so that's like not where control is supposed to be. It's not moral, it's not natural, it's not truthful, right? And thus, why should they claim ownership over you? So, but there's a lot of people that engage in this belief system called statism. I mentioned this before, and there's a lot of people in this world and who may be watching this and don't know what this is, right? And some people will call this a mental illness. They'll go as far as to say that because it's contributing to violence, the belief that violence is necessary. So some people will say, well, these people are not going to care, or there's always going to be violence. And so in order to make everything better, in order for there to be self-awareness, in order for all these skills that you talk about to be there, they'll say, we need a state, we need a government to make sure that all these things are fulfilled. So that is essentially this belief we call statism. And
Right.
how does that relate to this internal monarch and the external anarchy? Clearly, anarchy is the opposite, right, of having a state.
Yes.
So how does that work?
So if we all were to say we don't have the power, we need an external force to change people, right? Then we are absolving ourselves from responsibility, from personal responsibility, and we're not holding other individuals to personal responsibility. And that really leads to like bypassing communication and assertiveness and conflict resolution among people. One example in my world that I experienced was I have a dog that would bark at the fence when people would put their garbage in the garbage dump in the apartment complex on the other side. And somebody got upset that my dog was barking at them, and they call animal control, right? And they're calling that external authority. We need that animal control to come and tell me that I need to get control of my dog, right? As opposed to, and that's so common, people are afraid to go knock on their neighbor's door or to lean over the fence and say, hey, did you know that your dog is like barking and jumping at the fence and growling, and they don't do that. Instead, they're going to some external power figure. And I see this as being in this external locus of control, not internal, not recognizing that I have a responsibility and I have the skill and ability. I can develop those skills to communicate. I don't need to be afraid. There's fear at the root of this. I'm afraid to talk to him. He might, be hostile. He might have a gun and want to shoot me because I'm complaining about his dog or whatever, right? And so I think at the root of this is fear. And as we keep deflecting our responsibility and not having faith, in the ability of people to step up, then they won't. Then people won't step up. I think we all need to own our own responsibility to communicate with others, to assert ourselves, to develop the skills of emotional intelligence and learn the skills to manage our emotions and to manage our impulses to get mad or, whatever it might be, to have a panic attack. And when we can do that, then we can start to know that other people can do that as well. And then we can start to teach and influence. Most people are, I think, very willing to participate in this if given a chance.
Yeah. I think most people, if they're given at least half the chance to heal, their body will heal itself in the case of health. And the same thing with mental health. If they're given half the chance, if they have the environment, the people with them, a community, they feel safe because they have other people with them. What's the need for securing your rights and your property and your assets from these external people, these people you don't know who are minutes away when things happen in seconds? Or, like you said, there's this fear maybe of freedom itself. oh, I
Mhm.
don't want to be free, I fear this or that. But like you said, where's the responsibility? Are you going to do something if something wrong happens to another person? And then we can connect this to slavery too, right? Like we can say, oh, well, what will happen without the slaves? Who will pick the cotton? And we can debate all day about all these little things. But if we just say it's immoral, society will self-organize like everything else in nature, right? To
Yeah.
make sure that things are managed by people, which it already is managed by people. The difference is there would be no violence coercing people into doing things against their will.
Yes. And for sure, Corey, well said. And I think it's what's scary for people when they think about it is it is a daunting task because we have been subject to manipulation, mind control, harmful health practices, bad diets, lack of information, ignorance, all these things, right? And so many people, there's a lot of severe mental health issues in the world. There are many people who don't understand, um, who are using violence, right, to have control. And and so it is a big task, of course it will be, and to help to turn the tide. But the more people, and I think that there are many, many, many people who could could respond to this call and get this knowledge and shift their point of view, right? And this is what this locus of control is. It's a shift in your point of view to recognize that we, not only individually, but together, have great opportunity and have ability to make impact in the world. And together we can protect ourselves, and together we can educate and teach and influence and nurture and help to promote healing among those people who have been hurt and damaged.
And then there'll be less need of emphasis on the technology and all the other illusions, right? Because we are obligated to, be responsible, to be in our communities. We'll have more community. It seems like a lot of the other problems that we mentioned or other problems we could mention sort of tie into this, right? Because perhaps it's because we're creating a more moral society or one that we emphasize as more to be moral. And we're encouraging people to teach that now, right? To be teachers, as you said, sort of like coaching or mirroring, or should we be the people who, can offer our help to others? We should be able to offer our help, right? And if we need help ourselves, where do we look? Do we look toward ourselves? We look toward people who are willing to help? You know,
Towards each other,
yeah.
and being willing and to ask for help. I mean, in our society, it's considered a weakness a lot of the times to ask for help. Mental health is stigmatized. Many people will refuse to get help because of the stigma and feeling that it's weak. There's a lot of misinformation about, mental health assistance. And I think that there's increasing isolation and loneliness. The more that we say, I can't reveal my feelings, I can't ask for help, the more that you're stuck in your own head and in your own faulty thoughts. And the more that you're in isolation, the more in a fantasy world you really end up becoming, because you need, like the child who needs to get out and test by touching things and pushing things and moving things, we all need to have interaction in real life with other people to gain that skill set. And people are very lonely, and people are very isolated and feeling very separate. Many, many people feel alone even when they're around people, because there is not the sense of real community and real intimacy, intellectually, emotionally. There's such a very superficial level of intimacy that's promoted in the world that is all a lot of people know. And it's
Right.
very scary. There's a lot of fear around there, even being vulnerable with other people. And I think that's very important that we all learn how to do that. If we're going to live together cooperatively in a community, in a society, then we need to have the courage to confront our other, issues. We need to confront issues with people. We need to be able to confront them in ourselves. And many, many people are terrified of that.
Yeah. When you were talking about that, I was sort of thinking about like presidents and everything that's in this government system people think is sort of like natural. Like it's just there and we need to have these systems and these titles and everything they do is sort of just natural and there to exist. So it sort of goes alongside that idea of like a superficial image that people are just so used to that they feel like somebody has to be in this seat, somebody has to have this title, somebody has to have this position. There needs to be a law for this or for that. If I want something done, there has to be a law. I think it's really interesting because it really ties into everything we're talking about. Do you mind if we can ask a little bit more about your personal experience with this belief system? Like how long you were a statist perhaps, and how did you get out of that yourself?
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting question because I think that my personal evolution happened in stages and phases.
Yeah.
And so I think I was lucky enough, like I was sort of saying before, that I had parents who grew up on the farm, and of the generation where they allowed me to explore. They let me have free roam, and I was curious, and I loved to be outside, and I did this, right? And that gave me, I think, a sense of agency, over myself. And I was also, whatever my nature was, one that questioned things. So I very early questioned religion, and I refused to identify with Protestant religion that my parents went to. And for whatever reason, I can't tell you why, but I just naturally questioned, and I looked at the world, and I knew there were a lot of different formal religions, and I knew that it wasn't just that one was right and all the others were wrong. I deduced that they're all wrong, but there must be some kernel of truth among them all too. And that's what I wanted to learn. So this was very young, and I questioned God and all this. So there was just this part of me in my nature, and having the ability to question. And when I said I didn't want to go to church, my parents were okay with that. And so I had this curiosity to explore a lot of different paths. And I also decided that I'm not going to be in anything. I'm not going to be a Christian. I'm not going to be a this or a that, except where my weakness was a little bit in leaning to the left politically. I didn't get that I didn't even think about really questioning the legitimacy of government. And my dad was a Republican, and my mom was a Democrat, and my mom was a social worker. And I kind of said, well, I think that we need to help the underprivileged. We need to help those that can't speak up for themselves. And I don't trust, the people that are focused on making money, or whatever, to do that. So I sort of leaned in this whole democratic world and but wasn't super into it. And then there came a point where I observed, I was like, this is really like messed up. And this is a game. And there's like, I was watching, okay, there's always the pattern. The Democrat wins, and then the Republican goes in, and then the Democrat goes in. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think I want to be a Democrat or a Republican. And I thought, well, I'll be an independent. And then I was like, but then I don't have like a chance to vote right here. So then I'm like, well, okay, if I want to vote, then I guess I better be this. So, but I was like already like really detaching from it, but still hadn't understood the root of government being illegitimate and really being a system of slavery. And it really came together as I kind of did this spiritual exploration into a lot of different paths, some of it New Age, mysticism, studying mysticism and different philosophies. I was always interested in philosophy, and I started to be around people who were questioning, things like 9/11. And I was like, oh, wait a minute here. And just opening my mind, and then meeting people who were talking about, their interactions with the government or with the police. And I'm like, yeah, something's not right. Something's messed up here. I have enough understanding of psychology to see the abuse of power.
Yeah.
And worked in enough agencies to see how the leadership really was afraid of the staff, you know, at the ground level speaking up. And I was one that kind of always wanted to be like, I didn't want to be, but I found myself in that middle role of wanting to speak up for the workers, you know, and saw the dynamics there. I was in the martial arts. I saw abuse of power. I saw in that system, in the political system, I saw a lot of things that later on I make a lot of sense. So where I really woke up was with Mark Passio and just how systematic his curriculum is in his podcasts. And it just made everything fell into place for me, and it made so much sense.
Yeah.
So, and
You know-
but see, I still am a licensed clinician. So and I worked in agencies that were mostly nonprofit, funded through government programs. So I've been immersed in it. I've been in government programs, seeing how badly they're run, and the power differentials, and you know, I saw this in my work, you know, and I ended up getting licensed, you know, this magical thing that gives me this ability to work freely, right? And now I'm like trying to get out of it. Now I don't want to be part of this system, and I'm seeing it get more and more controlling. So as a clinical supervisor, for example, there used to be one little form that I had to sign my name on. Now they have 3 pages with 25 bullet points that I have to sign my agreement that I am taking some magical way. I'm fully responsible for every action of an associate that I supervise, right? It's pretty scary, you know, in a way. And it's so ridiculous. It's a joke. But it's, there's like coercion. It's threat and coercion operating all the time. That if you don't supervise, if you don't do something right, and that person does something wrong, you're going to be responsible for that. You know, you're going to get sued. You're going to get a warning. You're going to lose your license. There's lots of control in the system.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's a common thread, but you know, I'm a coach. You're a coach, I would consider. You know, any one of us who are sort of looking for the deeper answers and questioning a lot. I mean, because all we're doing is we're not creating anything new. We're sort of seeing what's there and what has always existed. And even in individuals we talk to, right? We're not imposing on them saying you must do this when we're helping them with health or whatever. We're trying to find what's going on. And so, you know, Mark Passio's work, I think the reason why he appealed to me too is perhaps the same reason, because he's very in detail. You know, he goes step by step, and I hope that a lot more professionals, people who are, you know, considered professionals, doctors and coaches or what have you, look into this knowledge, because there is a lot of validity to it. There's a lot of science that can back a lot of this. And I would hope to see like that sort of appeal being made one day to the establishments that be businesses, not, you know, government agencies, maybe independent doctors, independent healthcare workers, or what have you, who really care about people's health, who care about what's going on, and see that things are getting more corrupt as time moves on. And so long as we have the system that's constantly telling them you can't use this medicine, or you make sure this is FDA approved, and you know, can't get this drug in because they won't let it in even though they use it in other countries. You know, like stuff like that. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, and I think part of this too, when we look at the internal external focus of locus of control, is how like the Rockefellers went in and impacted the medical schools, or, you know, my graduate school was Rockefeller School of Public Health or Social, public Rockefeller School of something, right? And it didn't dawn on me the implications of that until like in the last few years. But it's there's this idealization of white collar. There's an idealization of diploma, degrees, titles, initials after your name. And it's almost like if you have this degree or this initial or this license, all of a sudden you become the authority. And if you don't have it, you're not legit. And that was exploited so much during this last couple of years. This is the expert. Who are you? Do you have a degree? You know, and I don't see that as accidental. The more I think about it, I think this is a long game that we're participating in, and that part of the solution is really to take away this whole system of licensing and degrees and initials after your name, and
More decentralized.
yeah. And you know, it's like I was talking to my friend the other day who's a carpenter, and it's like there's a process where you have to vet someone's skill sets, their experience, their ability. That's smart. You just don't hire somebody because they say they can do it, right? But that's what happens when you have a degree. You think, well, that automatically gives you this magical ability to do whatever this is. But that, and then people just, they go to their doctor, they go to their psychiatrist, and they just trust blindly. And I'm really here saying, oh, no, don't do that. You know, think for yourself. Do your own research. Use your own discernment.
Yeah.
Trust your ability to learn. People have much more ability to learn than they give themselves credit for, right?
Yeah. And again, like, you know, as a coach, I was sort of just bringing that out of the people I would talk to. And for sure, being a coach is not something that is like recognized, right? Like I would talk to people and it's like, oh, you don't have a degree, you don't have this or that. Doctors are not going to recognize myself talking about nutrition, you know, in their medical practice where they just give out the pill to the ill, match the pill to the ill, you know, oh, you got this problem, let's just give this drug, you know. So obviously a lot of these old systems you may consider are going to have to change as humanity evolves in consciousness, may you say, or evolves in understanding this internal monarch where the individual's in control, or the individual must be looked at. So like in the case of nutrition and diet, I had to look at the individual instead of applying and saying, well, they have this problem, let's put them on this diet, or they have this problem, let's put them on this food. How do they react to that food? You know, what environment are they in? And more important than the food is even who they're around, their environments, like with exercise, spirituality, and career. And these things impact people a lot. And I think it distracts them a lot from also looking at these other things we talked about, right? They feel like, oh, I don't have enough time to, I don't know, take care of my children or to address this belief system and to teach others this knowledge and such. What would you have to say to that, sort of as like my final question of action? What action you think would be necessary for people?
Right. So what comes to my mind is what my experience was of feeling like you're a cog in the wheel. You're a rat on the, you know, in the maze that, or, you know, more like the hamster in the wheel, right? Where, and we get ourselves more and more bogged down through kind of buying into this template of the American dream of getting a car and buying a house and having a boat and, you know, building debt. And if you want things, you have to have credit. And if you want, you know, to have a good job, you have to get a degree, and then you have to pay the loans off. And then, you know, you're going to get married, you're going to have kids. And then you know, and all of a sudden you have this incredibly loaded, overloaded plate where you become somewhat of a slave to all of that, what you've created, what you've done. And then we are enslaved in that. You know, that is part of our enslavement is stepping into that world and thinking that's what success is, and that's just the only way to do it. So part of it to me is like questioning all that and saying, wait a minute, is this really the only way to do it? And how can we do things different? And how can we detach from all these systems that we have become collaborators with, that we're bed partners, you know, and they are putting their claws in me and putting me in fear and putting me between a rock and a hard place and I can't move. Somehow we need to start to peel off the layers so that we come from a place of our own center and our own efficacy, our own internal locus of control. So, I quit my job about a year ago. And that took some courage to do that, because I wasn't willing to be a part of the system that promoted the whole vaccine agenda and the masks and the testing. I wouldn't do it anymore. That was a step that I took to detach from that, to become more of a free agent. It's going in stages for me, and I think it is for everybody, because it's very rare and difficult to just go from dependence in a system and interdependence in a system to completely being detached altogether. You probably end up homeless, and some people choose that. Some people are choosing homelessness, living. I have friends right now that are, camping, and they're happy. And I think we need to create strategies and action plans. And brings me back to this idea of how I work with people a lot to develop their internal locus of control is through tasks, small steps, small bites. And you can create your action plan in very small strategic steps in the direction you want to go. But you need to establish where you're going. Well, we want to go where we are not at the mercy of government, where we are detached from these power structures that are trying to maneuver and manipulate us into what's going to profit them and their power. So we want to seek freedom, independence, free thinking, and we can do that and create that more and more with small action steps to detach from those systems.
Wow. Yeah. Beautiful. I totally agree. I think it does. Slow but steady wins the race too. If it has to take time, as long as you move in that direction that that you should move in, I mean, that's a big difference, right? If you know something is moral and immoral, you're going to choose the moral route, and no matter what.
At every crossroads we face crossroads every day when we get to make a decision.
Right.
And I think they're little things, and those little things matter. And every time we say no to, something that's going to pull us closer to the beast, right? We're moving further away. We're detaching. And we can just do that every one decision at a time in every domain of our life, bit by bit. And some areas will be easier or harder than others.
Well, thank you very much for joining the summit and joining and speaking about all these crucial concepts. I really appreciate it. Really awesome information. I encourage everybody checks out your website, AliveThrive.life. That's AliveThrive.life. And your name is Leslie Powers. I appreciate it. Is there anything else that you would like to say before we close off?
Well, I've enjoyed this conversation, Corey. I really appreciate your thoughtful questions and thoughts and summaries. And I think more of my work, interviews, and things are on the One Great Work Network. I'm still trying to improve my website. There's definitely stuff there, and the One Great Work Network. And let's just keep doing the One Great Work.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, forever timeless information. This is fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much. And if anybody wants to see a lot more speakers like this and a lot of resources as well, nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. And let me add the funnel. I'm sorry. I forgot to talk about the funnel, the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. And I think when this comes out, there'll have been 2 conferences where you can go back and you can look at the presentations, including myself, at
freedomundernaturallaw.com, right?
Law.com.
Yeah. So it's freedomundernaturallaw.com. She's referring to funnel. There's a lot of speakers on that event. Thank you very much for sharing that as well. I appreciate everybody for watching. Be sure to check that out on your website and everything else. Take care. welcome. This is Corey Angelette. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Dorian Greens. She is an independent dancer, artist, researcher, and natural healing advocate. Her website is doriangreens.com, and she's also got a channel called Connection to Truth. And her other channels are Dorian Greens. You can look up her name. You can find her on the onegreatworknetwork.com as well. We're going to be talking about a really cool topic, art as a key to freedom, and with an emphasis on apparently her dance process and the incorporation of natural law, truth, and freedom to it to guide people out of enslavement. So where do we start and why dancing? That's really unique.
Thank you so much, Corey. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here. So I've been dancing since I was 4 years old, and until now, it has been 30 years of dance for me. And at some point, I felt like I had to include important topics in my dance, so in my main expression tool. And later, I found out that I had to speak up as well. So I created Connection to Truth to create videos where I can just use my voice and not just my body expression. So dance and art in general, it's something that we can use as a weapon, I would say, to share important messages. And through times and through in history, we have seen this happening in all around the world. And I wanted to share an extract from a book by Fabienne Verdier, who is actually a French artist and who studied in Sichuan, in a region, a province in China. She went in the 70s, and she was actually the only foreigner to go and study in a university in Sichuan. And at first, they didn't want to let her go. They wanted to let her go with other students in Beijing or bigger cities, and she insisted because she wanted to really meet the traditional masters of calligraphy, Chinese painting in Sichuan. So that's what she did. And in her book, she shares her experience, which is very interesting. And I've translated an extract from her book. I haven't found I don't know if it was translated into English, but I couldn't find a official translation. So I translated a small part of the book that I really liked, and that talks about art.
Awesome.
And her master, Huang Yuan, one of her Chinese painting master, Huang Yuan, told her in the 70s that you can change the world even deeply, not through politics, which can only swing between domination and submission of others, but through your art. And he mentions which emperor or chief has really changed the world. And compared to artists or people who created, he mentioned the soul, the plane, the wheel, the clock, the car, the airplane. And at that time, so they had the Cultural Revolution in China. With all what happened, all the artists silenced, all the even martial artists who ran away, went to Taiwan, painters, and artists were silenced, and even art was destroyed. And that's why actually in Taiwan, you can find a lot of art that was saved from this time. So
wow.
people ran away here, and that's why also here you can find many martial arts teachers and painters who kept the art alive. So I'm talking about Taiwan because also I live here. I've been
Okay.
living here for 11 years now, and I'm studying those arts. And just to continue on that extract from the book,
Yeah.
there's one part I translated by scholars, but in French, it's another word. It's savant, and it means someone that has knowledge. So I couldn't find a right exact translation, but here, what I want to say, scholars is not for someone who has a degree. It's for someone who has the knowledge. So I don't want people to be confused and think that people with degrees change things. No, it's people with knowledge and thinkers change the world, artists as well, in a less obvious way, but they are still prolific. So that's just a part of the book. And another part that says that you can nurture your painting, master your art, and you will offer to others instead of imposing on them a thread of thought and an opening to somewhere else. And I think this is very important when sharing um, any kind of idea or knowledge, message, is to let people think about it by themselves after they get this knowledge. So whether it's through dance, through painting, through art, through our voice, through speaking or poetry or anything you would like to use to spread knowledge and share a message, is to let others think about it, and then you will open a door for them to search more about it instead of imposing an idea and closing all the doors. And this will lead to control in the end. And you cannot expand your mind and be free when
Yeah.
you are under control like this. So I really like this quote from this book by Fabienne Verdier. The book is called Passagère du silence, and there are very interesting experiences that she shares. And yes, so for me, I use dance mainly. And like I said, I also use um, my voice now by speaking, and I will write. So I use as well writing. I will write what I want to say in my videos and read them out loud and share them on Connection to Truth with other things like video filming. I enjoy filming, so I will use that also as a tool to spread the message I want to share. And but dance has been the beginning, has been my first key, I will say, to the first tool I started to use to spread um, knowledge. And
Yeah. And
yeah.
we'll get more into that too. I mean, this is what already you shared, I think is really beautiful, is looking at like all this ancient wisdom. And you're right, it sort of the wisdom that sort of lasts, I could see in the quote that you provided, is the material that wasn't imposed upon the population. So it says like Mao's Little Red Book is not that old and it is already nothing than a collectible item. While other texts, maybe like the Tao Te Ching, which is one that I like, that one also like mentions similar authors and people who are associated with that. I mean, that is timeless knowledge that we're seeing is so relevant today. And
Yes.
people, I feel like, so highly underestimate the power of art and all forms of arts, whether it's like, even cooking, but like singing and even music, right? I would say is a form of art, but all these things influence people's minds and they all educate people to some extent. Like they want it, they feel down, they listen to a certain song, they feel down, they like a certain art piece, and according to their emotions and what they're currently going in their life, and then it helps uplift them or helps them feel better. I mean, that is a form of knowledge, something that they're using to help them, and it's teaching them and saying, I can get through this. I mean, so I feel like dance could be that powerful too. Not only you bring more circulation to your body, but you're probably helping your mind at the same time because of that. And you are experimenting and sort of getting more into the rhythm of things. It's like kind of like martial arts too, right? I mean, it has the word art in it. A lot of that is associated with like the Tao, right?
Yes. Yeah, and it's a good point because, like in the book, what you just mentioned about the Mao's Little Red Book, um, you it's not something people will read and really feel um, that is giving them something like freedom or inspiration. And when you read the Tao Te Ching, or Lao Tzu's book, or Chuangzi, or many other philosophers and books that are older than this political um, text, um, it's still here today. And
Right.
no matter where we're from, we can feel something wherever we're from in the world. We will. There's something very like universal.
Hmm.
If you check the Tao Te Ching, and because it's not about controlling the individual with some manipulation and and more propaganda techniques. It's universal for all human beings. It's about the cosmos. It's unifying all of us as human beings. And when you read it, you can feel, you can be inspired by it, you can relate, you can, and over time, not just for a short period of time until now. And yes, art, even like you said, cooking or anything. And that's what we can try to find in ourselves. What do we like to do? Or if we don't know, what did we like to do when we were younger,
Mm.
when we were children? Like for my own experience, I like to dance, I like drawing, and in the end, that's something I realized I cannot give up, no matter um, where how old I am in life or where it's going. It's what keeps me um, balanced and free.
Yeah.
Because in dance, you really and martial arts, you really need the freedom of movement. It's like you said, it's not only blood circulation, or there's more. And martial art, there's also the self-defense principle attached to it, which is very important. And in dance, there's this freedom you can experience. This freedom you can experience when you're not thinking about a result, or um, it's really the pure essence of dance, like how you experience it when you are a child. You will dance on some music, and you don't care how it looks. You're not trying to make a choreography, make something looks good, or try to catch people's attention, watch my dance. You're just dancing, and that's
Right.
freedom. And when you can experience it again as an adult, you need to experience freedom again to want more freedom. So, or you just need to understand also what is true freedom, and then to want more freedom. And the thing is that now freedom is not really understood, I will say,
Mm.
in in some way. And
Yeah.
some people understand true freedom and want true freedom. And maybe if we experience it in art again, and we really experience true freedom, not art with a result or um, thinking, maybe experiencing freedom, true freedom in art will help us to want more freedom
Mm. Yeah, I feel
in our
like
life.
it's
And
like the reason why they call it soul music, right? It's because like you're using your soul, and we say like soulless people don't have like empathy, or like order followers may suppress their conscience and not think for themselves. The person who follows like the latest dance trend is not necessarily making that themselves, and they kind of just follow that trend. And if they can feel that energy, and they have that genuine expression, I think it's great. Like I admit I dance all the time, like, and I think that's good, and people are ashamed of it, right? Like I have that experience where people are like, I don't want to, oh, it's embarrassing. And it's like, are you really expressing your freedom? I think what you really touched on was like a level of uniqueness among the creativity, was like finding out that if you can look back at your past and see like, wow, I'm good at this or that, and if I don't suppress that because of society and because of work and all this other things that tends to hinder our creativity and tends to keep us not doing things we actually want to do. If we find ways to incorporate more of what we want to do, we might feel a bit more sense of freedom and probably happiness at the same time, healthiness.
yes, and also it can help you to heal, because
Mm.
dance has been used as a way of healing in different um, traditions. I would say different people around the world have been experiencing has been have been experiencing dance as the healer. So dance can heal. Dance can also, you have like dance also used as a trance sometimes. Well, you don't use it, but you fall into it, I would say. And then you release traumas, you release some energies, and this is healing you also. You're not keeping this blocked into your body. And like my mother is from North Africa, and dance is part of, I would say, almost the daily life. They would play
Mm.
music and just dance, and between the family members. Then, of course, for big events, weddings, or some special events, but even for no reason. You go visit your aunt, and you will have tea and cookies, and then people put the music, and everybody dance. And
Yeah.
so my mother
Beautiful.
will tell, yeah, my mother will tell me she will go into trance, like she will feel that she's like somebody sometimes will have to catch the person who's going into trance, because then from standing up you don't know where you can fall. And so, but she will tell me she will feel really like the moment she goes in that space, the music will take her, and the drums, because usually we use traditional drums.
Mm.
So hearing the real sounds from the instruments will take, and the special rhythm will take you
Mhm.
into special place, and you can experience the divine, by with this
Wow.
true freedom and this healing, this trauma release. And it has been done differently in all around the world, but in the end, dance in its true essence is really healing your body, your mind. Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, I totally get it. I mean, people talk about it all the time. I talk to people and they're like, man, I don't like the music nowadays, or, why are these people dancing and clapping and they're not on their phones back then and they're having much more fun than what we're having nowadays. And I think it's all sort of correlated with a lot of things we're talking about, right? With like this whole idea of freedom, uniqueness, and expression. And it's something that I've noticed. And I didn't intend to have so many conversations about it with people like yourself, but it's amazing because I'm somebody who likes to express, and I was always curious when I was younger, like, why are people not wanting to express? And I was first really shy. I didn't want to express, but then like once I started realizing how it is just like an expression of freedom, and it made me feel great. I mean, honestly, it was like I had to. And my family actually made fun of me. They're like, he's like the drunk guy on the dance floor, but I wasn't drunk. It's like you were getting this high, this
Yeah.
energy, and you don't know where it's coming from. And some people like do yoga and stuff like that, and they get kind of like a similar energy. Some people connect it to like kundalini and all sorts of different things. It has its roots. Obviously, it has roots in general that we just don't have nowadays. Like you said, feeling real instruments. I think that is like invigorating. It's like the drums that people use before they go to war, because it
I,
inspires the soldiers to get out there and do something.
it's like it awakes the soul.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and it's funny because when I was little, I never wanted to dance in my family uh, gatherings. I will stay on the chair, and my cousin would try to pull me, and I will grab the chair, and really, I didn't want to. And later, sometimes I would, but I really had to be pushed by my cousins, or I just like to watch, and I never felt too comfortable at that time. But for me, also because, well, in one way, it helped. Like, okay, I was taking dance classes since I was 4, and I was learning ballet, which is very strict. So when I was seeing my family gatherings with dance very free, and for me my training was like very strict every week, like at least twice a week dance classes. And probably this also was in my head, and in the back of my head, I would say, in those moments where I would see people enjoying free dancing, and I will maybe stay stuck in my dance training, and the dance I wanted to do was just ballet, and I was not really interested at that moment in my our traditional dances. I was just interested with the Nutcracker choreographies, or so
Yeah.
I was just in my little ballet world, and didn't want to enter that more free in some way. I can say this, those traditional dances were more free than just ballet. Is, you can find freedom inside, of course. I'm not saying that it's not free, but it was more strict with more rules, and I was just more on that side since I was little. So, and not interested also at that time. Now I'm more interested actually in rediscovering our traditional dances, and that's what I started to incorporate in my dance. But at that time, I was not interested and didn't want to participate. So yeah, I was watching, but not wanting to experience those dances. Yeah.
So you mentioned, like, you ask our audience a question. You have a slide that says, "How do I integrate natural law and related topics in my creative process?" And you say you create using your weapon, which is dance and art, and those creations forge a key. So explain what that means here.
Yes. So I started my dance channel just to share dance um, pieces. I would say that I wanted to share, and it didn't start with the intention of sharing knowledge or important topics such as natural law. So at the beginning, it was just more for fun and entertainment, and then I realized that I couldn't really. I mean, I keep dancing for fun and to try to find this to connect with this true freedom in dance, but just creating dance for entertainment and following the making a choreo on that last music, or I was not motivated for that anymore when I really understood that sharing natural law was very important today. And I was thinking, okay, how can I add this in my dance, in my art? So if dance is in my hand and it's my weapon, how can I add those topics into my dance? And how can I forge this key for people to open the door and free themselves with this knowledge of natural law? So I started to gain knowledge that I wanted to share with people, and just to share it with them, I started to put it in form of dance videos and using them as keys I could share on YouTube, online, or everywhere, for people to
Cool.
grab those keys in form of dance videos and then go and open their doors, you know?
Hmm. Wow.
Yes. So then I started to create dance pieces that um, were more um, into this topic of natural law, but also current topics, or sometimes it will be also an experience I just had, and I will be very angry about what just happened, and I will be like, how can I share this? I don't want to share it and just write a Facebook post, for example. Oh, this happened to me today, this is wrong, and I really like think we should look at ourselves and do some inner work, you know. So of course sometimes it's good, you know, to just do that. I'm not saying don't share anything on social media in that form, but for me, I was thinking this experience that just happened, I want to share it in a more, um, let's say, powerful way, or maybe in a way that people will understand it without words. So no
Yeah.
matter their language, because they might not understand what I just wrote in English or French, or and maybe it's through a form of dance because you're using movement and it's a universal language. Maybe they will get it, and I will share this in that form in through dance. So no matter what's the language you're speaking, you'll get the message, and
Yeah.
hopefully you'll look at yourself after. So there was a dance piece I made that's called the ritual, and I was really angry that day when something happened, and it just of course it's not something that happened in a day. It's those last 2 3 years and repetition of wrong behaviors, and I was like, okay, enough. And I was on my way home, and I just listened to some music, the music I used in the dance video, and I just had the whole video in front of me, just like in a short moment I knew when I was going to go home, I will set up my space and film that exact video about this topic. And so yeah, it was really fast actually. I did it in one evening, and not even a day for me to have the idea and then put it into form of video. The editing is the longest
Yes.
in creating a dance piece. Yeah, so so it will be like I would say important topics, which is when it well, it's all related to natural law in the end. Those topics about right and wrong, objective morality, and aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions. And so I will put them into uh, different ways, different videos, and again, because without just to have something that can be understood, or at least can be seen without any language barrier. So that's why then I have Connection to Truth, where I really speak. And if you want to know more, I will say it through words. And I have Connexion à la Vérité, the same as Connection to Truth, but in French for French speakers. But dance is just the universal language of
Wow.
sharing natural law and related topics for me.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, that's great. And I think people should kind of learn from that and sort of take from that if they want to produce content themselves. And I was telling you before, I like to experiment. And so I might want to do something like that in the future, is incorporate music or dance into something. I mean, I was always thinking about that, to be honest, but I didn't want to be like one of those TikTok people out there who are like making, short little music videos. But I think it is important just to express your freedom, and if we can encourage that in other people, where they get like an actual sense of it. I mean, it's different from just thinking about it. You're also living it, because you're expressing it. So you talk about creating a dance piece, right? On your presentation, it says the process of creation forces me to align thoughts, emotions, and actions, like you mentioned, and therefore is a training in raising consciousness and experiencing freedom on an individual level.
Yes, yeah. So to start my dance training, for example, I will start with a short session of meditation, just to focus my mind, but also um, balance my energy, and just focus everything back to the center, and to start with the mind, and then balance your emotions, and then to go through the action part into the dance practice with your body. So I like to start with really the mind,
Okay.
with bringing everything back to its center, and also to have a clear mind, so you're not I would say disturbed by thoughts while you're dancing. The thing is that we will do that eventually, but we have to train to not let our thoughts affect our dance or our art.
Yeah.
So uh, to go to this creation process with balancing your mind and your emotions, and then to go to the body expression, the movement expression, the action. So yes, and when you practice this, you will be more conscious of your art, of what you're creating. But when you are creating, you don't want to think too much about what you're doing. Actually, just let it connect to that true freedom, express yourself freely. Don't let your thoughts from the day, from yesterday, from next day, from affect what you're going to create, because this will involve what other people think, or what just happened. And okay, you can use, of course, you can use the emotions also to create, but you need to understand what you're feeling. So if it's sometimes I will be motivated, I will be inspired by being angry at something, or happy, or sad, or I will use those emotions, but I have to first balance my thoughts, understand my emotions, and then okay, I'm going to use that to create something. And yes, and to practice this, to practice this alignment of your consciousness, to align your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions, even in your art, in your daily life, but in
Hmm.
your art too. It's important.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, let's say someone is feeling like sad, and they're like, "Well, maybe I can dance or something." You know, would they put on a sad song, or would they put on a happy song to cheer them up? Because wouldn't they maybe want to put on something that they feel like might make them feel better, or do they want to put on the sad song? Do you think people have to just figure it out for themselves?
Yes, yeah. Figure it out for yourself, because this will also, like we said, release the trauma or the experience you want to release, the
Mm,
weight you feel in you. Maybe from sadness, listening to a happy song will make you feel better, or you make you feel understand yourself better, because it's not just to escape the
mm.
emotion, but to understand it. Or maybe the sad song might help you to really go deep into this feeling and understand what is it,
Could it make it
the root.
worse, or?
Well, if it again, it's, yeah, for you to feel, it can make it you can feel worse, but you could be healing even deeply
Mm,
while you're feeling more sadness coming or more
right.
anger, but just let it out. Yeah,
Mm,
let it out in your art, so you're not harming anyone, you're not um yeah, you can, I don't know what's your art, but you can use your art tools, to release this anger or sadness, and not take someone, to release it onto them. It's better with your paintbrush or your dancing shoes than onto someone else.
mm.
Yeah.
Would you say, like, from your experience or what you know, the frequency that people tune music to, might have heard of this, like 430 or 2 or 440 or what have you. Do you think that makes any difference when it comes to people's feelings, or is that another individual thing people have to kind of figure it out?
Yes, because if you look at music today, it's made to keep people in a state of mind. It's a tool of mind control as well. They use
Mm.
music to manipulate people,
That proves
and
everything we say as pretty important.
yeah. So that's why when you really listen to traditional instruments, you will feel a
Mm,
big difference than some electronic tones. That some
I see.
in most, like, new music, not just new, but I mean popular music they put on loop all the time. It keeps you in a state of hypnosis, or just make your brain more imbalanced, and or you don't feel the same. You can experiment it. You can find, okay, if you don't have really real instruments near you, which will be best, but if you have some recording, you can find online about just traditional drummings,
Mm,
or
okay.
flutes. I don't know, but really recorded from people playing it
Like
in
traditional
groups, or
Japanese, like
yes,
traditional.
yeah, or without any electronic sounds,
I
and you
see.
can experiment and see how you feel. You can try to dance on it to see how you feel. But for me, I feel a big difference from the music we hear in, like, top 40 or top 10, like, all the time, and the lyrics, and the way people sing, and yeah. So and then, yes, of course, there's the tone, the frequency, sorry. um you can find you can find just the frequency. If you want to experiment, you find now online many, like, 432 or 52 hertz. I forgot, there's another one, the solfeggio. I don't remember the frequency exactly, but
They have
you
so
can even
many.
try. Yeah, so many. You can try to dance just on that as well.
Hmm.
There's no lyrics, there's nothing, just the frequency, and just let your body move. And
Right.
um, yes, but definitely, yeah, the frequency matters, yeah, in music, and how
Does
we will feel.
There's a slide I really like that you created called Art and Freedom, and that one talks about like this imagination, which is really important, right? Because if you can't imagine something different, then can you create something different? This is sort of the point that you make for the creative process, because it is creative, right? I mean, only your body you own. That's the whole point of understanding that we're not enslaved and that we need to be free. So when we express that, we are expressing inherently our creativity because we are, you may say, creations of the creator. And that's why we create things ourselves. You know, we're sort of like sub creators. And some of those creations could be good, some of them may not be so good. But I think it's all a matter of understanding what is it that we're creating into this world, right? Is it good? Is it bad? Are we being creative to begin with? Or are we just putting out other people's creations instead of our own?
Yes, like you said, we need to be aware of what we're creating,
Hmm.
because we will create something whether it's good or bad. Or so we need to cultivate our imagination in order to, first of all, be open-minded and see other solutions than the one that is imposed on them, on us, sorry, imposed on us. And for example, that only government is the solution. There will be absolutely no other way to live than having uh, politicians telling us what to do, or king or queen. And with imagination, we could also see another way and try to walk a different path that they want to impose on us. And by cultivating our imagination, we can also create in our daily life, through our arts, in whatever we do, something good, something that is right. And that's why it's important to understand natural law, and that's why I'm trying to share it through the way I do. Because to create something good is not to create good art. It will be to be conscious, be self-aware, to understand that we are the only one that can rule ourselves. That's what will lead us to freedom, true freedom. So, and then to create something good. So if we want true freedom, to create something good, we have to really go back to ourselves and to do our inner work, to be self-aware, to be conscious, and be open-minded, and keep our imagination alive.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's a lot of people I talk to, and they talk about like how exercise really helps them, just that alone, you know. And imagine incorporating it with dance and music and all these other things, it can get even more powerful, I'd imagine. You mentioned if people can have a tiny experience of true freedom, they will want to expand it into other areas of their life. I like the fact you mentioned that, because it's true. It's like, I want this. This is something I need in my life. And it's like anything else that we find is really essential, right? Like love or family. And it's like you recognize, wow, this is something I need because it's something that is meant to be with us. Right. So it's like we're getting a taste of what freedom is. It's like we want the full taste. We want the cake. So we don't just want bits and pieces. Please, master, can I have some of the cake? No, it's like I want the cake, I can have it. And people always ask about action, like what do I do? What do I do? When like the action that they have is right there in their fingertips in this case, of inspiring other people perhaps to dance with them, and whatever can happen from that is just great energy, right? I mean, when you bring people together, like you said, in like different occasions, whether it's like weddings or events, and we have to hold events to share this knowledge, people may start dancing. And if there's good music too, I mean, that's going to be sort of the common theme. Why not have fun in the process, right? Toward creating freedom at the same time.
Exactly. It's important to find this again, because we experience it when we are really not thinking about uh, the outside environment. When we're dancing, if we're not thinking about how we look, what people will think about our dance, or like you said earlier, like, oh, I feel embarrassed if I dance, or oh, I'm not sure if I can move. Everybody can move. You dance how you want to dance. There's, of course, then you will find dance styles and dance techniques, and yeah, it will have to look like this, but just movement, free movement. Everybody has their own free movement, and nobody should be ashamed to
Right.
express that. And this is where you'll find this freedom, and to experience this a little bit will hopefully will make you want to know, to get more true freedom, and it's inside of you. You can feel it when you, like I was mentioning, when you're little and you're dancing, or maybe it was through other forms of art or other experience for each person. But we need to go back and connect to this, to remember what is true freedom. Or people who already know what is true freedom, of course, no problem. We just need to share this, and hopefully people will get more desire to get closer, to have this true freedom around us on our daily lives, and not just asking uh, the masters, give it to me. No, it's nobody can give you that.
Yeah, because it's something that you're sort of born with. You have this freedom. It's just a matter of, are we going to use it, or are we going to suppress it and feel like we have to because we're like told to, and because there's systems and society in place, and oh, I have work and all this. And I think it's interesting because you can connect health with freedom in the same way you can connect a lot with dance as well. It's like you mentioned, oh, I can't dance. I can't do that. People say this, right? It's like I can't be free. It's like, oh, we can't be free. It's a society. We can't live without the government. And what will happen about this? What will happen about that? As if people are just making themselves feel powerless. Like they can't do anything. They can't dance. They can't create change. They can't be responsible for what's going on in the world. I mean, it's like, no, it's fully within an individual's power. I mean, how do you think it got to where it is in the first place? Through individuals. And if we built that, we can definitely tear it down. It's up to our choices.
That's right. That's where you have to understand the layers that were put on you for
Mm,
you to forget who you really are. And then you have to remove those layers, because it's not natural for you to feel like you don't want to move freely. That's not natural. In your nature, you want to move freely.
yeah,
So
it's true.
you have layers on top of you that you have to discover and then pull out one by one. And you will realize that actually you made for dancing or moving. Or I'm not saying you have to be a professional dancer and
Right.
and be on top of the ballet technique, and it's not about that, but everybody enjoy moving, because that's freedom of movement. And when you listen to music or sound or rhythm, and naturally you will want to move. You don't know how you have to move. There's no rule, but you will want to move without knowing the really the language of, okay, if it's for a dance form, if that drum rhythm is for this specific move. Even if you don't know the language and the specific move, you naturally will want to move. And you need to remove those layers that cover your freedom, actually, your that cover um this part of you that naturally would feel in tune with themselves, that freedom is a part of them. It belongs to you. And again, it doesn't have to be complicated or through technique, but freedom of movement is for everyone, is part of us.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the body motion stays in motion, right? It's like how the saying goes. And
Yeah.
that goes for our minds as well, right? Are we thinking for ourselves or are we not? It's
Exactly.
it's amazing.
Those layers are put on into your mind at first, and of course they play with your emotions, but it's all a form of mind control. And when you feel like, oh, it's embarrassing to dance, to move, basically, or like you said, you don't feel like you can have freedom. You're
Mm,
not free. um it's a form of mind control as well, to keep you enslaved and to never get close to true freedom and to yourself, and break free from this enslavement, you know?
Yeah. And it's like we have so much at our fingertips available to use, right? Like finding all sorts of different types of dance moves to experiment, music to experiment with. And that's sort of like what helped me in my journey a lot. I have to give a lot of credit to it, and I don't give it enough, is the music. I've discovered different types of genres that I've never thought I'd find. And I talk to people and they're like, what is down tempo? What is trip hop? That's what I listen to, you know? But because I found something that I like, and so what, nobody else really knows about it. I found it through just discovering new music. And that's probably the reason why I wasn't dancing to the other music, because I found something that I actually enjoyed. You know, so you also have to like maybe invigorate that imagination, you know, to become creative more. Maybe other people dancing would inspire you, for example, right? Or other people seeing other people do it. And I think that's why, you know, I looked at your channel. I'm like, wow, the aesthetics, it's very inspiring for people who are interested.
Thank you. It's important to find also your your own, I would say, your own voice in dance. You know,
Hmm.
find what you like to listen to. What be free to experiment how you want to move. Sometimes I ask myself, how was I dancing when I was little? Because I love to just put the music out loud in my bedroom, and it's the first thing I will do after school. I will put the music on before I put my backpack on the floor, or like first thing I was just excited to put the music on and dance. And often I wonder, because those are the parts that were not recorded. I have records of the ballet performance, all very well or orchestrated, like very well organized, but I have nothing from my alone time dancing in my bedroom when nobody was watching and I was
Right.
doing my whole show, you know,
Yeah.
and creations. And but I was wondering, how was I dancing? How was my body moving before getting too much, um, I would say, vocabulary from other teachers, and you know,
Mm.
your really your natural way of moving. And because when you're a child and you dance, you, especially alone in your bedroom, and you will dance like the most natural way and unique way that belongs to you, that
Mm.
only you can
Yeah.
express. And you don't think at all. There's
Yeah.
no um, control coming from your head on your movement. And then it's for people to find music they like, how they want to express. And then, of course, not just in dance, what is the tool you want to use to create something good? After you become conscious, aware of your sovereignty as well, aware that you are your only self owner, ruler, self monarch, and then you can have this freedom around you, outside, inside of you, and create something good. So, what can you use if you want to use an art form? Writing, reading, or poetry, dance, music, or combine some of them.
Right.
Filming, I don't know. There's so many we can create, so many things we can create and experiment, and then you will find what resonates with you, what
Yeah.
connects, what speaks to you, and you will be able to express this art form and express the topics you want to share. What I would like to say as well is that if you're an artist or someone who wants to go back and connect to their art, maybe they liked to do something when they were young and they stopped for many years, go back to it. And if you want to use it to create content, use that, experiment with it, because we need more people to speak or share um, about what's going on, or how to heal ourselves, or to understand natural law. And why not using these tools or these weapons, like we were saying, to spread the message and maybe touch more people? Because we shouldn't be the minority speaking up, in my opinion. We should be a majority speaking up, and we shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm like one of the only ones speaking up, and maybe it's risky, or this kind of thing. Of course, you have to do it without fear, but in those times, we should be a big group of people speaking up about what's going on, because many people can feel there's something wrong. And even if you're not sure exactly, try to express it through art, through, again, whatever you want to use, writing, but this will inspire people also to step towards this change, towards this true freedom. And so maybe if art can help people to spread more knowledge, share more content, please do so. Experiment, and don't be afraid about what people think. Usually people who will criticize or laugh at what you're doing, they're not doing much, so
Consumers, yeah.
yeah, so don't worry about what they say or think.
Right. And the
And
right people will find you, like accordingly to what you produce,
yes, and art, if you like to express yourself through art, do it no matter what people think. Really, it's because if you feel happy or free, just if you feel free when you're doing it, don't stop doing it. Like, I know for sometimes I stop the drawing or painting for some time, and when you go back to it, you feel like I should have never stopped. Like, or there was a time for me because I was doing dance, and when I wanted to study martial arts in high school, I told my father, I want to learn Kung Fu. And he said, well, is the dance school or Kung Fu? But not both. And I had dance in my public school. I had contemporary dance classes. So I was thinking, okay, then I stopped the dance school and I go to Kung Fu. And he was surprised because he didn't expect me to stop dance. I had danced for so I was like 16. So from 4 years old to 16, I never stopped the dance school. But I stopped for martial arts. And then when I went back into dance years later, I stopped the martial arts. And I always felt like something was missing when I was doing only martial arts or only dance. And I realized later that I cannot just stop the martial art or stop dance. I feel unbalanced, or I just need a good balance of doing both. And every time I would feel like something was missing or I should have not stopped because I missed it. I would get martial arts again. I would feel, oh, I've missed you. Why I've left you for so long, So connect to what you like to do. Maybe there's something you're already doing, keep doing it. Something you were doing younger and you want to go back to it. And if you're very busy with if you're already a content creator, just doing podcasts, for example, I'm just giving an example, but you want to do more art, then do it a little bit at least, so you don't disconnect completely from it. And maybe this can give you a balance so you don't feel overwhelmed with one. And yeah, I think it's about balancing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And being free in what you're doing, no matter what they try to do in our daily lives, trying to control everything around us. We need to stay free in our art, in our way of expression.
Right.
Even if it's just speaking up, this has to be free.
Yeah.
This cannot be controlled. We need to keep this freedom as much as we can. And this is
that's
our
proof.
inner connection.
It's
Sorry?
proof of our freedom.
Yes, and this is our inner connection. So we cannot let them stop this. We cannot let them take this from us, this inner connection we have with our voice, our body, our thoughts. And yeah, so I think it's important, especially today, to keep this expression through art, or
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. I mean, because like it really is. It's like reflective of society. You know, if they have a lot of arts and a lot of dancing, you can tell it's a society that is generally moral or happy, because otherwise they wouldn't be dancing, they wouldn't be singing. It's like, you know, it's all correlated. Their good health, their good mentality, and the good order of society. So keeping that up is a matter of understanding, perhaps, you know, what is it that is degrading society so often in history. And we see it is due to the lack of morality, and we do see there is a connection between governments. So let me ask you, if you don't mind, some of your personal experience with this thing we call statism, the belief in authority, that some people have this magical right to rule, that they sort of just pull out of hat and say, "Hey, this is something we got." But if we can convince enough people, then they'll believe it. So how did you get out of this mentality? And I'm assuming art and dance was probably part of that process.
Well, for me, I would say that I have a direct experience because I grew up with a father who worked in the police.
Hmm.
So my father is an order follower, and he's retired now. But I grew up with this belief in authority that was pretty strong. The only thing I would say that quite balanced it was that my father loved nature.
Hmm.
So he lived for some time on a sailing boat. Some many times in his career he tried to escape this work, and he was also sick from this work. Anyway, so he left very early, but his belief in authority was very strong. Anyway, so uh, yes, so I've struggled with some situations as well with art and his belief in authority, where, for example, when I wanted to go to high school, I wanted to go to a high school that had an art class. And he didn't want me to go to this high school. I had to go to a high school with languages. So that's why then I study more languages. But I always try to find a way to get art in my studies and have dance classes around. I would organize it myself. Like I will register to the dance class and to the art. Find like my studies later were language, literature, and civilization in Chinese. So in China studies and Taiwan, and we studied art also and literature. And so I always found a way to go through it to find my way to go back to art. And also one thing that kind of saved me, I would say, that it's like he loved dance, especially ballet. So he
Hmm.
will push me to dance classes, and that's what yeah, so that was good. But then yes, this belief in authority and in the state, and that the higher hierarchy is what is on top of you is what decide for you. That was for my father. So for example, when I wanted to go to that art classes, I mean that high school with art classes, why my father put me in the other one? Because he asked a friend of him that was let's say a director in a school. So for him, this person had was higher in the hierarchy. Let's say he had more knowledge that he didn't have. So he went towards the hierarchy and took this. No, this person said this high school is better, so you're going to this one. So it was not like
Hmm.
what you want to do. It's the hierarchy says this one is better. This one
Yeah.
has more like not good results. Or anyway, so I've seen this a lot in my life where authority is the or the state, you know, government is the has the last word, you know. They say we have to do this, we have to do this. And
Hmm.
on my mother's side, she will tell me that 9/11 was an inside job when I was 13 years old. So I was very like I was in a double I would say I could see both ways, and I started to see different things like okay, I don't even realize what is 9/11 at that age. I didn't really care. I didn't really realize what it meant, but I would hear her questioning things a lot. and she would question authority, like when it's wrong, when my father would not question authority. So again, it's my parents didn't live together, so I would have really like two different worlds.
Hmm.
And this made me I would say aware of this way of thinking and that way of thinking where we question things, and this way where the authority has the last word. And I usually didn't really agree with that. I would disagree a lot when some things would happen and authority would be the last option or the only option, and that the government will have the last word, and when you actually will be suppressed, your what you want to do is less important than what they say you should do. So for me, I was feeling this was off, and without understanding really who was on ruling the world, without understanding anything deeply, but I was feeling from this direct experience that why my feelings or my uh, desire, I would say, my passion, is less important than what the authority or the hierarchy will say. And so this maybe at that age started to plant seeds in my head that authority is not, or this government, this hierarchy is not right, that it is not right that they tell us what to do. And especially when you have to suppress yourself, like like you don't care about us or me, or when this happens. And yeah, later, of course, I found Mark Passio's work, which put the pieces of the puzzle very clear all together. And then you start to realize not only what's happening outside, but what is happening inside of yourself. And then I could understand what happened to my programming, the programming of my parents, and why they're like this, and why other followers think like that, and how the state, how the government is really doing a lot of work to control people's minds, to unbalance our brain, to keep us into mind control, and to keep us slaves. So when I found his work, I was not, how can I say, not, I was not rejecting it, because it answered a lot of questions from this direct experience with my father, who is an order follower, and my mother, who was questioning and who will tell me uh, things like the 9/11, and
Yeah.
yeah.
How did
And then
you? Sorry, I was asking, like,
yeah,
how did you find Mark's work? Like, just because I found it randomly through research. I don't know how you found it.
yeah, actually, my husband sent me showed me a video,
Hmm.
and someone sent it to him, and he was telling me, "Oh, I found this guy. His work is really good. It's amazing. You need to listen." And the first thing I watched was the Unholy Feminine presentation,
Hmm.
and I was like, "Wow!" And he was telling me, "Okay, I can help you with some English words because there's some. It's quite long, so it's intense to watch this only in English." Uh, but I found the work very interesting and mind opening, and then I started to research more and to understand more of, okay, authority. Okay, I understand now why this is so harmful, because I could feel the pain from authority, from this belief in government, but I couldn't say what it was really, and I could see, um, I could feel the pain also from a parent who is an order follower, um, but I couldn't understand what was done to his brain, to his mind, what program he received. I had no idea. So I thought he was just doing a job, or like he's just. I wouldn't even think too much that his job will be such a brainwashing job, and I would understand then also why my mother um, would think that way, and yeah. So it opens a lot of doors, and he created content that were keys I could use to open my doors and understand, So his way of creating content is also creating keys for people to take the keys by themselves. Nobody can put it in their hands. They have to grab the key he's creating and then open the door and then free themselves, free their minds, free their soul, and by understanding, okay, this is the reality I have to face. This is what is really going on. Now, what do I have to do internally? Because it's not just looking what's happening outside and
Right.
it's going back and remove those layers
Yeah.
of mind control, those yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I mean, incredible. I'm always very interested in people's like journeys, and how they really come to understand everything. Um, and seems to be Mark Pashio's seminar does seem to really make a lot of big difference in a lot of people, and it just shows you how like one person can make a big difference, and if they put enough effort and time into that. And of course, he also had a lot of life experiences, but he felt the need to express that freedom of like, I need to get this knowledge out to everybody. Instead of just keeping it suppressed or for certain individuals, he's like, I need to get this out to everybody. That's what he understood, and so he used it, and boom, now you have all this art and creativity coming from it. It's incredible. I'm so glad to meet you and find out more about everything that you're up to. I really like the whole message of art for creativity and in creating the world that we want, literally creating the world we want. So thank you very much for joining as a speaker for the summit, and I'm glad to have
you so much.
And there's some others that talked a bit about art, but they haven't gone into dance as much as you have. So I definitely recommend people check out your content and your website, doriangreens.com. That's DORIANE greens.com. And then you also have the Connection to Truth channel. And you're also on the OneGreatWorkNetwork.com. And so, yeah, thank you for joining. This is the end of Slavery
Thank you so
Summit.
much, Corey.
Is there anything else you want to say or out for the audience?
I want to say thank you. Thank you, Corey, for the work you're doing as well. And for inviting me today. It's really an honor for me. And for people watching, I hope everybody can remember that they're born free and that you can go back to finding this freedom if you've lost this connection, and whether through art, through whatever you enjoy doing, and so we can keep spreading this message, and hopefully that more people will understand true freedom, so we can really experience true freedom around the world, on this planet. I mean,
Right.
it's important. There's no life to enjoy if there's no freedom.
Right. More important than property, right? Or or health or safety. I mean, you freedom gives you all of that, the ability to live your life. People say life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and they're like, what about property? And if you put it in the right order, as Mark says, he says freedom comes first. So
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate having you and sharing all the information. Like I said, everybody check out your content, and thank you very much for watching, everybody. The End of Slavery Summit. I'm Corey Angelot. Take care.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great stuff. So we just watched Dorian Greens again. Dorian Greens, and she has those two channels. She just started up the Connection to Truth one that she referenced several times in there. But thank you guys for watching that one. And the one before was, of course, Leslie Powers. And they are great speakers. They do so much great stuff. I mean, honestly, I would recommend you check out Dorian Green's videos. Very, very nice, very peaceful. She does a bunch of traveling and outdoor stuff and dancing. I mean, she's got all of it. It makes me look bad as a content creator. She's got everything set up, and her quality is also really good for her content. And so I wish for her the best. And they have, of course, a ton of resources in case you guys are new to this whole event. Endofslavery.org. If you haven't signed up already, you can check out day 8 is the day that we're doing all the replays for. You'll see there's a bunch of resources under each of these speakers. And while the last interview was playing, some of you guys entered a chat. SP, Awaken Your Mind, Mandatory Myocarditis, the Journals of Awakening. We got Nate Cap. We had Fred and DZ, Shine. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And, feel free to keep sharing the word. And some of you guys are very loyal at this point and just constantly coming back to the live stream. I don't know if loyal is even the right term. You guys are just determined, right? You guys want to seek out all the truth and learn from everybody. That's awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, these interviews are definitely, I learned a lot from them myself. So we're going to continue here. The last interview we have to play for tonight, but we have extra videos after that. Don't worry. The last one is Axel Dahi. Axel Dahi is a really good, energetic speaker. I found out he's actually born in the same year as me. So we're both of the new generation, and it's pretty much our responsibility to bring it to the new generation. So, without further ado, Axel Dahi, everybody.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. This is the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Axel Dahi. He is an anarchist from Italy, currently living in Liverpool, United Kingdom. He's also been in several other places around the world. I am here on the internet, this is what he says, to spread the truth in exposing the system of slavery that we are currently living in. Don't believe everything I say. Always do your research. Fear is an illusion, and freedom is for all beings on this planet. Government is slavery, and we're here to talk about exactly that and break it down. So let's talk about that. Freedom, anarchy, and natural law. Where do you want to start with this?
Thank you for having me for this for this summit. Yeah, I would say that we're living in a system of slavery, and people need to understand that government, there is not such a thing as authority vested in human being. Okay, it's an illusion. It does not exist. Okay, it's an illusion, and people need to understand this. Okay, the very word government comes from the Latin word gubernare mente, which means to govern the mind. Okay, it has obviously two connotation. It has the negative and the positive. In this case, it used as the negative connotation because these dark occultists, these Satanists, the rulers who run this planet, okay, in order to control people, they need to first control the mind in order to control the emotion and the action of the behaviors of the people. So they do it through mind control techniques. And one of the first, if they want to make people believe that we are actually a bunch of children that need mommy and daddy government to rule over us. So we're not gonna be responsible grown adults and govern ourselves and live in a true state of freedom. Okay, they don't want us. They don't want this because these people are primary psychopath control freaks who want to control everyone no matter what. Okay, and they need to understand that the power structure is very complex, and the way out of this is understanding the principles and all the principles of natural law and its principles and its philosophy and apply it in the world. And we have to align our behaviors to natural law, to objective morality. Okay, many people will say, "Oh no, that looks like a cult," no, 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 folks. That is the truth. What I'm saying, okay, and yeah, and to whenever we understand natural law and we are aligning our behavior to it, then we can manifest a state of freedom, which is going to be anarchy. Okay, anarchy comes from the Greek word anarchos. An means without, archons means masters, therefore without rulers, no masters, no slaves. So this is the ideal and society that we want for everyone, for every beings on the planet Earth, including animals. Okay, it's not just for humans, also for animals. Okay, we want heaven on earth on this planet, and currently we don't have that. Unfortunately, we are enslaved. We have government. We have rulers telling us what to do every bloody day. Every day we have to do this. We have to pay taxes. We need permits to do anything. You know, for driving, to have a firearm, for anything. That's slavery. You're not free as long as you have someone to that tells you anything to do, that tells you everything that you have to do in order to get something. You're not free. Okay, you're living in state of coercion and duress every day. We have the police and the military that they are here to enforce the dictates of the dark ruling class, and people need to understand all this. That's why I'm here to expose all the system.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, you're bringing knowledge to people who were previously either ignorant of it, right, or they didn't have it.
Absolutely.
Would you say more people are ignorant of it, or that they don't have this knowledge of just basic morality? Is it not the fact that they own themselves, that somebody else shouldn't be responsible for their own lives?
Absolutely, yeah. And people, unfortunately, most people who are waking up to this garbage scamdemic, okay, they don't go all the way through. They're just scratching the surface of the conspiracy. Okay, they're focusing too much on political and economical machination. When in point of fact, it goes beyond that. Okay, it goes beyond to the occult principles of natural law. Okay, and yeah, they need to understand that we don't need government at all. The government is not legitimate. He has no legitimacy to exist because it's based on coercion and violence, and it's based on the idea that someone is master over you, that you don't own your body. Therefore, you're not a sovereign being. If you have a system where you have people with the dark suit and tie, the politician and the bankers telling you what to do every day, okay, how you live your life, what to put in your body, and you cannot consider yourself free, and this is what we need to tell people. We need to you need to tell people that morality is objective. There is a standard way put by creation itself that 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 governs the consequences of behaviors that we do and condone. Okay, you cannot do whatever you want. Freedom doesn't mean it means you can do whatever you want. No, it means you can do be non-harmful behavior without restraint, without being restrained by anyone. That's what people need to understand. Doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You can do harmful behavior that cause harm to other sentient being. And very sadly, we're living in a state on this planet that too few people know this. I see it every day where I work. People are very ignorant, very ignorant. They don't know. They're more relativist. Okay, I see it every day, which is very sad. Okay, and unfortunately, we're heading into a global dictatorship, and it's gonna be chaotic in a few months and few years. Okay, very unpleasant for
Mm.
many people to see.
Yeah, if they don't
Yes.
understand this knowledge, right, or kind of really grasp it for themselves. And it's pretty simple, right? Is it not like just to kind of
Yeah.
grasp these ideas? We're not asking for people to analyze it in detail and know everything about it, right? Because we're saying, it's an
Exactly.
occult study. They could, if they wanted to, they can look in detail and sort of learn a lot about psychology, I feel like. I mean, how people's mind works and why people do what they do, because that's how, like you said, we understand how the world manifests is like by understanding why people do what they do, how it is that our actions manifest, like what effects do we get to what we're doing. So that is really really cool. Like you really summed up a lot of different subjects for us, which is like really powerful.
Yeah.
And some people might be questioning some things because they never heard this before. This the whole idea of objective morality or this natural authority per se, or even just the idea that there are rules but not rulers, right? When you have freedom.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, we have rule. There are rules. The rules of creation put by the creator, the true creator, by the true God and creator of the universe. Okay, there are rules that apply through with beings with holistic intelligence like us. Okay, that says we cannot harm any sentient beings. Okay, don't ever initiate harmful behavior to any sentient beings, because you creating enormic karmic debt by doing that all over time, and it works in an aggregate society. Okay, that's the karmic law, you want to call it natural law. Okay, and there are rules that we are bound to as a species. Okay, we can't just do whatever we want, just wake up, meaning yeah, we don't have rulers, then we can do whatever we want, we can smash everything, we can steal from other people, that will lead to chaos, and people gonna be frightened, and they're gonna ask for someone to control everyone. That's how you go back to square one. You know what I'm saying? If people align their behaviors to the standard moral laws of creation, rules, which is objective morality, things are going to be different. People are going to treat each other with kindness, respect. Everybody basic needs is going to be met. There won't be any suffering, unnecessary suffering for anyone. Yes, we're going to still strive, obviously, because we're human. Okay, but there won't be no suffering, no pain, for anyone, and we can truly achieve amazing things. And finally, humanity can become a type one or type two civilization. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
With high level technology and expand our consciousness. And I'm not saying that's gonna be easy. We got to do it through knowledge and educate the youth properly and teach them morality. Okay, this is this is our job to do, and yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, so sort of like the rules are natural law then, right?
Yeah, absolutely, natural law. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
so and then the rulers is yourself, right? Because only you can rule
rulers.
yourself, and you have to listen to those rules because
Exactly.
they're you're bound to them. You can't escape them. They're universal
Yeah.
and timeless. So hopefully people kind of can get a sense of what we're trying to say here when we say objective morality or natural law. These two are obviously leading to the same understanding, right? Which is that we should
Yeah.
not do harm. Just to emphasize, that is what we mean when we say, right action versus wrong action,
Yeah.
that which does cause harm. And that's because of
Exactly.
the world condition we get, right? Like you said, chaos
Yeah.
or order. That's how we know if our
Yeah.
actions are aligned to natural law or our actions are with the knowledge of it, the knowledge of how
One
order
hundred percent.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So if we kind of bring in like slavery into the equation here, I would say it's kind of like the opposite of freedom, right? I would say it's the
Yeah.
opposite of no rulers and rules. So would it be rulers and no rules?
Well, when it comes to slavery, people, unfortunately, because of the mind control, they don't know what slavery is. They have a very wrong idea and about what slavery is. Whenever people hear slavery, they're thinking about black slavery, what happened in America 100 years ago, which is slavery. That's overt slavery. Okay, throughout history, humanity has been an enslaved species. Okay, through coercion, through the ruling class. Okay, we have the so-called concept of authority in the ancient past called kingship, and one being that rules everyone, and everybody has to excuse me, has to agree and obey the commands of this being, this ruler. Otherwise, you're gonna be punished. That's what slavery is. Okay, and currently the system of slavery we live in is a covert slavery. It's hidden. People don't know they are enslaved. They have the illusion of freedom. You know what I'm saying? And when you have slavery, you have chaos. Okay, people will say, "Oh, we're not living in a chaotic world." Yeah, if you think that you're a sick person, okay, you're not paying attention. We're living in a chaotic world. Okay, look at people rushing to do anything to get ahead of everyone. Me every day. They don't give a shit about anybody else. Okay, that's what Satanism is. Okay, and people don't want to hear that. Okay, and yeah, slavery is a satanic system that is immoral into creation, and it shouldn't exist anywhere in the universe, period. Okay, it's an immoral condition, and unfortunately, sadly, people don't want to hear that. They don't understand when you tell them that you're a slave, by the way you living, by the way you thinking. Okay, you have a satanic mindset. That's what most people don't want to hear, and we are here to explain this to people. It's not gonna be easy, but we try to plant some seeds in their heads, their
Right.
minds.
Right. Well, I mean, slavery existed for thousands of years, and that's what I say to people. It's like, how do you expect it to just go away, all of a sudden at once
Exactly.
in all its forms too? Like not just chattel slavery, which is only the one form we ended and still haven't really
Exactly.
ended. Like people don't
Exactly.
understand why we ended it. We did it for moral reasons, morality. Like that's the whole reason why we did it. So can't we apply that morality to a lot of other things? I mean, if we look at the abolitionists of the past, they were talking
Yeah.
about many forms of slavery. They were defining slavery. They were criticizing political slavery, the government. And so many people would say to me, like, well, what you're talking about is not slavery. Oh, that's not what slavery is. I'm like, well, what about the abolitionists? They literally were the ones who fought slavery. They're literally proving me
Exactly.
correct in their own words.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Absolutely.
And you said you refer to yourself as an abolitionist, right? You told me that before the
Yeah. Absolutely, to end human slavery, because quite frankly, it's immoral. We can't live. Look, people need to understand is the system. You need to understand the social engineers are they are very intellectual people. Okay, they know how to manipulate the human mind because they consider themselves psychologists, ancient psychologists. That's what Satanists are. Okay, they know how to manipulate the mind. They know how to they understand the principle of natural law, the first principle of natural law, which is mentalism. Okay, everything comes from the mind. The universe is mind. Okay, like in the mystery school tradition, into the hermetic principles, they talk about this, and they condition people to think that slavery, the slavery is just uh, over when somebody you are chained and you are restrained physically to do anything. That's what slavery is. When you point to fast, folks, there are many ways of slavery. Okay, the system of slavery you're living now is slavery. We are the only species that we have to pay for everything. Everything. You have to pay for everything, for food, basic necessity. When you point to fire, it should be free for everyone. It should be abundant for everyone. Nobody should be suffering in the street. I see people, homeless people. It makes me angry every time I always give them something, because it's not possible to have human being living on the street with no food, no basic needs, and it's frustrating. And people don't care. They don't understand this. They care about themselves. They don't give a damn about anybody else.
Yeah.
And they are de facto Satanists. They don't understand this. You know what I'm saying? You have to pay for everything. You have to pay taxes, which is another form of slavery. Okay? Taxation is basically when somebody is trying to get your labor, the fruits of your labors by force, okay? Which is slavery, by coercion, against your own free will. And when that's what taxation is, okay? Let's not euphemize it. Okay, it's slavery, period. I don't care if you don't like it. That's what taxation is. Okay, we shouldn't pay taxes at all. And we are the only species we have to. We are. I mean, we can't do anything unless we have to go to the government to open a business. We have to get a permit to, for example, in the United States, you have a gun. I know you probably own a firearm, and you have to get a permit to have a gun. Your natural right to own a gun, you have to have a permit, which is unbelievably immoral. Okay, that's slavery. Have a permit to own anything. That's your natural sovereign right to own a firearm, to have a business. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, to own a house. You don't need property tax or all this nonsense to own anything. And that's what slavery is, okay? When the claiming of your ownership, that's what slavery is. The claim of your body by duress, okay? That's what slavery is, and people need to understand that.
Yeah, and when you mention, Satanism, a lot of people might be unaware of this. Just for some context, if people think that you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about, they can literally just go to the Church of Satan's website. They can see what they believe in, and you're right. It's moral relativism, which is the idea that there is no right or wrong, and that essentially you can just do pretty much whatever you want instinctually out of ego. And that's not a position of love or care for fellow human beings. Like you said, like if I see someone who doesn't have much or is like, on the streets and asking for something, it's like I really question. I'm like, I sit down with myself essentially, and I'm like, is this person like, do they really need help? Do they need something? Like, because a lot of people will either ignore them or think, oh, they're there just to try to make money, or they're there for some sort of scheme or something. And it's like, I sit there, it's like, okay, are they might actually genuinely need help. There's people out there. I mean, the world's getting tough, the prices are rising and things are happening. So there's definitely signs that people can find in their own life that things are going pretty crazy. And like when you mention, there's psychopaths or there's people who really don't care about people. I mean, think of the slave master who is doing things for his own benefit, right? Who's using slaves for his own benefit on the plantation, but he's disregarding the morality of the situation. He's completely ignoring it. Like, oh, okay, well, for the greater good, for society, for economics, for my benefit, we can have slaves. It's like, so they disregard morality. They leave it out of the equation. And I see that often when we talk about politics, is like, we don't talk about morality. It's quite interesting.
Like I said, that's the problem of the freedom movement. People are dumb I don't know if I can curse, but
It's fine.
I'm not gonna curse. Okay, but dumb people in the freedom movement. Okay, I see it every day in the so-called alternative platforms. People don't still buying into the Hegelian dialect, not understanding that politics is a garbage show. Okay, it's a crap show. Okay, it's a theater. They don't understand the your masters who run this planet. They give you the right wing and the left wing political parties. Okay, they control both. It's an Hegelian dialect. It's there to get people to still buy into the belief in authority and to be controllable. Period. To ask help and protection from government. That's it. Is to get them to buy slavery. That's what politics is. Politics is fake. All the politicians, including Donald Trump, Joe Biden, whatever, they're all the same. They're all puppets. They all shake hands behind the scene when they turn off the cameras. Okay, in the election, the debate is all fake, it's scripted. Your master, they select who is gonna be your president, your slave master. All right, and you need to understand this shit. Quite frankly, put that thing in your head. We are in the year 2022, and people still don't understand that politics is fake. There are no white hats. There is no QAnon. There are no politicians that care about you. All the governors, they think they want to give you freedom. They're all Satanists. They are wolves in sheep clothing. Okay. They're not there for your benefits. They don't give a damn about you. They're there to enslave you. Okay, need to put that thing in your head. Okay, I'm tired to see people, so-called awakened people, buying into politics. They still believe it. The right wing are the good guys and the left wing are the communist garbage, which they are the communist garbage. Nobody is saying that. Nobody's denying that. But thinking that there's the right wing are the good guys, when in point of fact they're same as the left wing. Okay, they're playing Hegelian dialects and mind control through you. Okay, your masters, they can achieve a global dictatorship through Nazism, so-called far right wing, or they can do it through left wing, through far left wing polarization. Okay, doesn't matter. They're the ones who gave you these ideologies. Okay, you need to understand they run everything. Every institution on planet Earth is controlled by these people. Period. They gave you this system of slavery. Okay, it's not that they just infiltrated. They gave you all this. It's a proxy. Everything is inverted. That's what Satanism is. Is the inversion of good, of creation. Okay, these people worship death, slavery, chaos. Sorry. Everything negative, evil. That's what these people worship. Okay, and they give you all this garbage, this nonsense of politics. They control the religion institution. This is another thing that many people in the freedom movement are not talking about. That the three major religions are based astrotheology. Nobody wants to hear that. You hear a lot of religionists say, "Oh no, my religion is the best one, and your religion is corrupted. But mine went through all fine." Okay, that's it. Like little children. Okay.
Society has went so long, with this institution and slavery and politics, and people have been partaking in the same games for hundreds of years, and yet,
Exactly.
like you said, like people are still doing it, and they still haven't realized that it's still resulting in chaos every time we do it, and every time it happens, we have democide, the number one cause of unnatural death, and it just keeps occurring over and over again. It's like at some point in time, we have to just reflect and be like, can we end this cycle of just never ending problems? But it's our fault, right? It's not the fault of people in power. It's our fault because we give them power, right? And we see this
Exactly.
in history.
Absolutely.
So it's interesting.
Absolutely.
like the
Yeah, go ahead.
Hegelian dialectic, left versus right. Like it's like, oh well, this side sounds better. Oh, this one appeals to me. It really speaks to me. You know, like oh, you know, that's what they want. They want people invested in the game. Otherwise, they won't play the game.
Exactly. Yeah. They want people to play ball with the state, with the system. This is what people understand. And the people in the freedom movement, quite frankly, when I see them, all I see is the ignorati. They're ignorant. They're very ignorant. They don't know. They're not even awakened to the political level or economical level. They don't know how the politics really works. They don't know this. I see them in BitChute, brand YouTube. If you look at the comment section, people still believe in religion. They still believe in politics, government, and they say they want freedom. They still believe, oh, I hear some people say that Hitler was the good guy, they buying to psyops. A lot of nonsense. They don't understand that your master are giving you all this, who own you, because you are owned, unfortunately. By the way you behaving, you are owned. I don't even like to call them masters, because they are the masters of the bottom of the garbage bin. Okay, that's
True.
what they are. But unfortunately, we have to give them credit. Look at what people are doing. Still to this day, even though they dropped the restriction here in England, some people are still wearing face masks in the shops. Can you believe that? Yeah, people, they want to give power to the system. When point of fact, you have the power, okay? You have internal power. You need to activate your mind through knowledge and put that knowledge into real care and through wisdom, which is action. That's what the trivium is. And you should understand all of this. People don't want to hear that. They want to, they're like children. They're very scared because they want to be, the system make them believe that they need to seek power externally. They don't want to internalize their own power. Okay, say I got this. Okay, yes, I have to struggle a little bit, strive a little bit, but I got this. They want people to ask for government to do anything. When we come to fight, government is not there to help you. It's there to fucking enslave you. Okay, period.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's just people that run the government, right? And it's people that we think have some sort of authority. And I think that's the issue, right? Because it's not like the government is just
Exactly.
people in a bunch of buildings. So what's the issue with government? What makes it slavery? Well, it's the actions, right? It's what
The
makes it
action, yeah.
government is the monopoly on violence, as you said, right? Like the fact that it adds coercion and nothing else. Doesn't add any knowledge, doesn't add any resource to society. All it does is transfer resources, if anything, and steal from other people to provide for other people. I mean, does that sound moral? I mean, it's like for the greater good, for the collective, the individual needs to be violated. It's like, what? By that justification, I can justify many things.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with what you said, Corey. Great analysis. Yeah, government is not moral, it's immoral, period. I explain very simple to people how government works. They think they are God on earth, okay? People in government, and even though they're puppets behind the power structure, okay, behind the people who run everything, they think they are God, okay. We dictate the rule, okay. We write our laws and decrees on a piece of paper. They're worth nothing. You can use that to shower your ass, okay, and people are obey to it. And if you don't obey the law, we're gonna send our dogs of the police and the military and beat you and do violence unto you. And if you don't, that's what happened with government. If you don't obey them, they're gonna send the henchmen, the strong arm, to punish you and put you on jail. And people think this is normal. You're full of fucking shit if you believe that, quite frankly. Okay, and you're a coward if you believe that. That's why do you think they gave you firearms, guns? There are no one can protect you from any danger, only you. Okay, a maximum, a militia of the people can help you to protect you and your rights. Otherwise, you are responsible for your life. No one else can. This is what people need to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like self-ownership. If I own something, I need to just be responsible for it. Like anything, if it's a car or a computer, like if I don't take care of it, then it's gonna turn into trash, garbage in,
Yeah,
garbage out. The human condition is
absolutely.
programmable. So yeah, so what if somebody is listening, they're like, well, I like the idea of freedom. I like the idea of, creating a free world based on natural law. But why does it have to be anarchy? Why does it have to be completely no rulers? I mean, we're still saying there's rules. We're still saying there's going to be people who, have their own businesses and stuff. So, why is it that people don't understand this? Is it hard to understand what real freedom is? Like, is it something that people fear? Um, Speak to that minarchist or that libertarian, that person who's like, I just want a small, limited government.
I mean, the minarchists, the so-called libertarian, are still they're still slavery supporters. You need to go all the way, period. Okay, go all the way, which is anarchy. Okay, there is no such a thing as freedom with a little bit of slavery. There's not. Either you have freedom with no rulers and no slaves, or you have slavery, period. Doesn't matter how little it is. It's like saying, oh, taxation is slavery, like we talked about a few minutes ago. You pay 10% of taxes. You think you're still free, is still good for you? You're still enslaved. You pay 10% of taxation of taxes. Still slavery. Is it 2% enough for you? Most people will say, wow, 2% of taxes, that would be great for me, but you're still fucking enslaved. Okay, you're not free. 0% of taxation is freedom. You have no one is gonna coerce you to get the fruit of your labor out of you through duress and violence. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You still 0%. You need to go all the way. There is no such a thing as 10% of taxation and you're free. You're still a slave. You still pay taxes. 0%, period. No taxation at all. You need to go all the way. You know what I'm saying? This is what the minarchists, the libertarian, need to understand. And the simple reason is people feel true freedom because they're little chicken shit cowards and children. Okay, they're scared of us, of any danger, because they still have the mindset of a little child. They want to be protected by mommy and daddy, and they don't want to grow up psychologically. Say, I'm gonna pull up my big boy pants, a big girl pants, and say, I want to say, I got this. I'm gonna do it by myself. Okay, that's the reason why they don't want to be responsible for their own action, and this is what most human beings fear the most. Period. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what
Responsibility.
most people don't want to hear. The responsibility for themselves. I currently where I live, no, I live by myself, okay, in a shared house with some roommates. I pay my rent, my part. I do everything that I need to do, work, and online courses, everything by myself. There are no my mommy and daddy helping me. Okay, you have to take care of yourself.
Right.
You need to learn all of this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who also like don't have families, and that's also like problematic too, though.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, it's just
absolutely. Yeah.
the fact that they don't as well, because they can have that and they can have that support structure, and those families are there to nurture them from the beginning to teach the child how to reason for themselves, right? How to grow up in the world. instead of just being thrown out into the world and having to be a work slave or constantly have to go with society and learn how to kind of find your way, sometimes that might be really harsh for people. It might be really confusing. They might go through many different experiences. I think a lot of us have, but it also probably helps to have then that family support background. And maybe that can also help you, attain sovereignty, so long as you do, like, you understand who you are. Right? I think it's depending on what you're surrounded by, the people you're surrounded by, the information you receive. I think that's really important. Like, there's a lot of great speakers on the summit, not just yourself. But like, yeah, your information is fantastic, and everybody's sharing is something that's so essential, so crucial, that if somebody were to
Absolutely.
listen to all these talks, I mean, it's like they're getting a real heavy dose of I mean, medicine, frankly, because we have spirit, we have passion, we care about what we're talking about. We're not just saying
Absolutely.
it. And I could
Exactly.
see it. I just want to say thank you for what you've done, and for why you've
No problem. No
putting this out.
problem. Absolutely. It's my moral obligation to do this. Um, oh, is Asian another thing. Whenever evil is not necessary until people understand that evil is not necessary. Okay, there's not necessity for evil to exist. Period. Okay. If you know something is evil and it's bad, and you're not doing anything to speak against it, you are the problem. Okay,
You're
you are
complicit.
contributing to this. You are complicit to the evil that is happening in this world, and if you're keeping your mouth shut, you are the problem. Period. It doesn't matter whether you know everything. You can know everything. You can be as knowledgeable as you want. Okay, you know everything, but you're doing nothing with the knowledge that you know. Okay, you are the problem. You're complicit. You're doing nothing to end the system of slavery, to stop the injustice of the system. Period. You know what I'm saying? And people, unfortunately, people in the freedom movement don't want to hear that. That's why you see a lot of chicken shit cowards writing in your comment section and thinking, oh, you should do this, you should do that, but they do nothing themselves. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And very frustrating sometimes.
Oh,
But
I
yeah,
totally feel you on that. You're right. There's a lot of people who comment, and you look up their name and you don't see anything with their name online.
nothing.
They're
Yeah,
not they're not putting out, like, if they have such a strong opinion, such a strong view. Well, why aren't they sharing that with people if they think it's so important?
exactly.
So, and when we talked about, limited government, essentially this whole notion of limited slavery, like, can you limit slavery? It's like, no, it's either slavery or it isn't. You're right. Like, it just doesn't really make sense. Like, you can go to another
Exactly.
plantation, but you're still a slave. You can get a new slave master, but you're still a slave. You can make the conditions better, but you're still a slave. And I like how you said responsibility is, like, really core, because something I like to say is, like, you need responsibility for ownership, and ownership for sovereignty. And sovereignty is the end of slavery, right? It's owning yourself.
Absolutely.
So, so let's kind of, if you don't mind, let's delve kind of into action for individuals. And is there any particular actions you would recommend people do, maybe on the individual level and then the collective level? Is there any actions that you don't see being done that you would like to be seen?
I mean, people need to come together. They need to work upon themselves and the personal trauma, understanding this principle, apply them to put them into true manifestation and put that out to in reality. Not to think about themselves every day. Think about other people as well. Be kind. If you see somebody is struggling, help. Give some advices. Work upon yourself. Don't do some meditation sometimes. Okay. um don't listen what other people say about you. Whether if you know something is wrong, speak against it, speak about it. Okay, don't just stand there and let evil take over. No, you need to speak against evil and stop it, period. You know what I'm saying? People need to they need to start standing up against the forces of evil before it's too late. And another thing is, people need to stop buying into the ego identification, okay, of race, color, sex, gender, whatever, and nationality, all that garbage. Your masters are laughing at it, and they give you all of this. We are all human beings, okay? It doesn't matter whether you're white, black, Hispanic, Asian. That's a bloody matter, okay? We are here for a true cause, which is human freedom. Period. Okay? We are enslaved. Everyone on this planet is enslaved. There is not such a thing as a race is not enslaved and the other ones are enslaved. Okay, you are enslaved. Period. And we have to all come together, understand the government is slavery, and try to end it. We have two ways to do it. Either we stop complying with the system, and we do it through knowledge, and people truly wake up to a deep level and start applying this knowledge to real life, and or we're gonna have to do it by force, okay? Because these people, they're not gonna stop until we end it, because they are primary psychopaths, okay? Psychopaths, they have no emotion, they don't care if anybody's hurt unless you stop them physically, period. You put them on the ground, okay? That's it.
So by
That's what I
force,
think.
I mean, you're not necessarily mean violence, right? You by force, you mean like
There's no violence. We're not initiating violence by force. We have the right to do it because we've been coerced, you know,
oh, right. So there's violence being done upon us, so we are
upon
basically
us.
defending
Exactly.
ourselves. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I mean, we're standing our ground, right? We don't have to like necessarily take arms to the state and just like we're taking our government back. We don't have to do that, right?
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, people don't want to hear that.
hmm. So I would like to hear now. Share with the audience like your experience, how you got to where you are. This is a question I like to ask a lot of people. You know how like there's compilations online of like, oh, X this, X that, or oh, I'm like, there's like compilations of people and their transformations or whatever. But I'm interested in how long were you a statist? And by statist, I mean a believer in a government or a believer in this slavery that we're talking about. How long were you a statist and how did you get out of that?
Look, since I was a child, I never believed in politics, okay? It was garbage to me anyway. And I was raised from a very religious family, okay? Because in Africa, in many third world country, people are very religious. They have a religious mindset, okay? And my parents, since I was a child, they tried to inculcate religious mindset into me.
Hmm.
And until I went to live with my so-called family members in Texas, okay, yeah, that's where I understood what the world is like and how evil the system is. But I was not really conscious of it. Okay, yeah, I was never a hardcore statist, okay, but I was not knowledgeable about how the system really works. I was quite ignorant. I still ate meat. um I still believe in a lot of erroneous belief. I was a more relativist, still believe in uh, many erroneous belief and garbage that was thrown at me, and I bought it. Okay, and whenever the so-called pandemic started, that's what woke me up a lot
Hmm.
to many things, and I started to understand. Wow, we are in a big mess, because the problem is many people will just see the pandemic and say, oh, people who don't buy in the pandemic, they're awake and they got everything. When the point of fact is not. It goes beyond that. It goes very deep. And people, that's the problem with most truthers. Most people in the freedom movement, they don't understand how deep the rabbit hole goes. Okay? And once you start to understand how deep the rabbit hole goes, you'll be horrified in understanding that most human beings are not even there. They're not even into the conspiracy level of understanding. They're very ignorant about the dynamic of the world, how the system really works. Okay,
Yeah.
and you be horrified. I was very sad, horrified when I started understanding, wow, government is slavery. We are a slave species. We are enslaved. I'm currently reading a book, have it with me, by, it's called The Slave of the Species. Okay, if
Mm.
you see it. Slave Species of the God by Michael Tellinger. Great book. And it basically talks about the intervention theory, about human beings being created by these beings who came on this planet 1,000 years ago. Okay, how we got here, and explaining everything. Okay, and I advise a lot of people to read this book. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Wow.
his name is Michael Tellinger, the slave species of the God. And when I found out that we are enslaved as a species, we're not free. That everything we've been taught was a lie, was a deception, and that most people don't even know this.
Hmm.
You know, that's really sad. And I see them every day. Most people are very ignorant. They're still living in their life into a selfish mindset, and people talking about, oh, there is a great awakening happening. You're delusional, quite frankly. There is no great awakening happening. People are even more ignorant than 10 years ago. I can explain you something, and then I'll let you talk. I was exposed to the conspiracy theories when I was 15 years old. Okay, when I came in the US, in Texas. Okay, one of my cousins showed me many videos about the so-called Illuminati. Okay, about, there was a video about Jordan Maxwell explaining all this. I didn't know it was Jordan Maxwell until I understood all this system. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And he showed me about the conspiracy theories about the system of slavery we live in. It's a system of slavery that these people control everything. They control the monetary system. This priest class or dark occult sorcerers who run everything. They control everything. And at that time, many people start to understand that both parties were puppets, with George Bush being a Skull and Bones member, with John Kerry as well being a Skull and Bones member. And people started to understand, oh, both parties are the same, you know. They were not really polarized right now until they elected Donald Trump. And that's how the polarization was brought in, and people are buying to left wing, right wing politics. And yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I was
interesting.
never, yeah.
You were never really a statist. Yeah. So, I mean, I was questioning things too, I would say. And I don't know if we have a similar birthday, but I know you said you're 22 now, which might shock a lot of people, because that's, that's pretty young. And
Very
I'm
young, yeah.
21. I'm gonna be 22, I think, next month from when we make this. But
Day
I don't know if maybe your birth.
2000, same.
Yeah, are you 2002?
Yeah, of
Awesome,
course, yeah.
awesome. Wow, that's really cool. Chinese Year of the Dragon, but we need the new
Yeah.
generation to kind of understand this, right? It's really essential, and I'm glad to hear somebody who is really understanding that, and it's cool to see that, and also the fact that we can talk across the world, and
Yeah,
share
the
this
world,
knowledge.
absolutely.
It's just amazing to me still to this day. And I similarly, around 15 to 16, I was starting to question things, and then later on, once I like became 18, like I started really getting deep into natural law and these subjects. And so COVID hit around 2019, late 2019, and then 2020, and still to this day, you know, we're dealing with this narrative.
Believable.
It's going to leave a mark on humanity just because of how long humanity has put up with it. You know, it's our choice ultimately. It's like the same thing as slavery. It's like it could have ended quicker, but it took time for humanity to evolve to really wake up and say, no, we can't do this anymore. Like, and you know, so many abolitionists who are first like, should the slave self-defend himself and free himself from the master? We don't want to promote violence. But, you know, like once they started seeing that the slaves were freeing themselves, they're like, this is pretty courageous. Like they couldn't deny, like it was something that the slave had to do to free themselves. And, you know, they saw the Civil War happen and none of them wanted the war. And the government stepped in and said, oh, well, we're the victor. We freed the slaves. We're super moral. We're a great nation. And all the abolitionists are like, we didn't want a war. We're the ones who caused this whole revolution, like of ideology, of morality. And the government turned morality into a legal issue. It turned into legality.
Exactly.
Like, so, and that's why we're still here in this scenario. It's like we still don't understand what the abolitionists were like telling us. I mean, it's crazy.
Very, very sad. Yeah. This is how after the Civil War in 1871, they created the U.S. corporation. Okay, there is a difference between USA, which is the true sovereign nation of the United States of America, the sovereign people of the United States of America. Okay, and then you have the US, the corporate citizen. Okay, it's different. People don't know that. Most people don't know that the corporate world, which is still given by the Satanists who run this planet. Okay, which is part of the core of the conspiracy level when Point Five goes beyond that. And many people don't understand the founding father writings and many of this. And they wanted to give you that the many, even though I'm not denying them, some of them were slave masters. Nobody said they were not slave masters. Some of them they weren't, okay? Some of them they were very against slavery. Right. And they threatened, we're not going to sign the Declaration of Independence if you're not freeing the slaves. If you read some of the writings, okay? And people don't want to hear that, okay? Not all of them were slave masters, like the garbage Marxist agenda want you to believe, okay? Why do you think they're giving you firearms? The right to defend yourself with guns. Do you think they were immoral people? They obviously they didn't go all the way, but they were a very good understanding of how the system really works. And they were warning people about this, not just America, but every country on earth. Okay, people don't want to hear that. Yeah, I have immoral. Yeah, it's a moral revolution, a revolution against slavery and a revolution for freedom. Okay, and I have great respect for the United States. For 4 years of my life that I lived there, I even graduated there. Great respect for Americans, even though a lot of people there are very brainwashed, but you guys have something that many people don't have. You still have firearms, okay? This is still makes me angry when I look at people in the UK and Europe. I'll tell you an anecdote. I tried to apply for a gun license here in England 2 months ago in May. I wanted to buy myself a Smith & Wesson M&P 1522 semi-automatic barrel rifle for me, okay? And I started asking myself how to do it, and I went online and I got all the answers, and I found out that we have to go to the police station website to apply for a gun ownership, for a gun license. I was like, damn, really? I say, no way. This is why Europe is fucked up. And I understand why Americans don't want to give up the guns. And you do the right thing. I would do the same thing. people here in England, they see Americans as barbarians when they see, oh, Americans have guns. Oh, thank God we don't have guns here in the UK. Yeah, wait and see until the military comes here with a semi-automatic battle rifle to your face, and you are disarmed. And what are you gonna do? Now you're gonna crap your pants. When in point of fact, your compatriots, Americans over there, have firearms over there to defend themselves. Okay, then you see how I know this because I lived in Texas. I've seen people holding guns with my own two eyes.
So, yeah, I like the fact that like we're kind of also hitting on the root cause, like because corporations. I like the fact you mentioned that was created after the Civil War, like because also Abraham Lincoln changed the meaning of people to persons, and there was a bunch of other things that happened behind the scenes that are just little tricks within the system that people don't realize were tricks, and so I applaud you to for sharing all this knowledge, and that book too I think was a pretty good resource to share for the summit, since it's kind of pertaining to the topic. And if you have any other resources you recommend for people, you can let them know, because we're about at the hour mark, but I appreciate for having you here and sharing kind of like the root cause to the problem, because although we kind of delved into some other problems toward the end, like we still realize that morality is the core here. Like that is what we're
core. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, people can find me on YouTube, BitChute, and Odyssey by the name of Axel Dahi. Okay, you can find me there. I have a YouTube channel, Axel Dahi. You see my face, and I have a Odyssey channel as well, and BitChute channel as well, but all by the same name, Axel Dahi. Okay, you can find me there, and yeah.
Great.
And great to talk to you, Corey. I didn't know you were the same age as me. Wow, that's very impressive, because too few people today's generation is very ignorant. People are going out partying. I'm not saying not to have fun for myself. Tomorrow I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks, going to Portugal and then Italy to see my family over there. You can enjoy life, of course, but when it comes to true issues, you need to activate and put the word out to stop the injustice that taking place on this world. Great conversation. I really enjoyed today's topics. Great
I
chat
definitely
today.
appreciate it. Like your energy is very nice. I appreciate that. So his name is Axel Dahi, everybody. So AXEL, and then last name is DAHI, and you'll see all his links and downloadable resource. Be sure to check it out. And find them on all the different platforms, as you mentioned. Thank you, everybody, for watching. If you want to see a lot more speakers like this, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
No problem. Take care. See you later.
Good stuff. Axel Dahi, everybody. Energetic, into all the great knowledge, has a great channel where he breaks down many concepts. Great stuff. So, nice to also hear from Amos in the chat, Found Consciousness. I know I probably forgot some of your original names that you guys gave me, because I still go by the name I see on the screen. I'm not going to be able to remember all your personal names. But Shine also for hanging out there. So, you guys are great. We're gonna, if you haven't yet seen, watch some little animations. Now, you probably likely have seen these, but it's also probable that maybe you haven't. I know that the previous days we watched some animations. Well, this animation is the infamous Tiny Dot animation from Larkin Rose. Maybe you know this animation. I remember watching this for the first time and I got a kick. I thought it was really funny. Because when I knew about a lot of this knowledge before watching this video, and so when I watched this video, I was like, this is funny, and I love the way it's put together. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but it's called The Tiny Dot. And then after that, we're going to watch another Larkin Rose video called I'm Allowed to Rob You. And yeah, the Alien video was definitely really good. I will say that. If any of you guys haven't seen the Alien one that we played a couple nights back, that one was fantastic. But I love this one as well. And then after we watched the I'm Allowed to Rob You video, the next one is going to be High Impact Flicks, and he's one of the first individuals who got me on my truth discovery process, I would say, when he made a video asking the 5 questions, well, actually 7 questions that he created based on Larkin Rose's 5 questions. And those were the questions that originally got me thinking about statism. Those are the questions that originally got me into this whole mess. So he actually did a little video about my brochure, a brochure that I made. And I didn't make any video on my channel about this brochure, but he did. So in case you haven't seen his video on my brochure, it's going to be the last video that's going to play. Okay, so first we're going to watch the animation, and then another video from Larkin Rose, and then High Impact Flicks. If you don't know who he is, I just want to say he's probably the biggest person in independent media. People don't give him credit for that. He used to have the top 9/11 videos on YouTube. Each one had about 10 million views each. And he got on every local news channel for talking about different events, getting attacked from everybody and everywhere. But he's also very, he's a one-man show, and he's very well connected with his audience. He talks things through with people. If someone has a problem, he responds back. I mean, he's very much in touch, and that's how I got in touch with him, even despite as big as he is. And I told you guys there was a lot of people I couldn't get in touch with, and to some sense, it makes me doubt their credibility in my eyes of, who's genuine, who's not, to some sense, right? But that's just a personal bias. There's some people who are really busy. He's very busy, but he is very well in contact with his community. And not a lot of his community know that he is an anarchist or an abolitionist or a voluntarist. Not a lot of people know this. Yeah, that's his name in the chat. Thank you, Mandatory. That's the way it's spelled. And he has several other channels which also performed fantastic just because he is really good at putting out content. Like, this is something, like, he's got a skill, a craft for it, but he's also just really good at keeping up with the daily news. It's part of the reason why he's always up in the ranks in independent media. He's always talking about what's going on. But he's got high impact vlogs as well. I mean, each one has hundreds of thousands of followers. And then there's another channel he has, Grease Monkey Videos. So I don't know how many channels this guy's got, but he does a very good job. And I think he tries to maintain each one now, like in separate times of the day. Yeah, he's very principled. He has a good way of speaking, and that's what brought me onto his content. Originally I was falling to the right versus left paradigm. And when he created content that was based on the current news, but then brought it back to principle, that's what got me on this whole truth discovery process. Here's another channel, Here's the Deal. Oh my goodness, is that true? I'm gonna look that up right now. Oh my gosh. That's crazy, man. Oh my gosh, you're right. 12 hours ago. How many channels does he have? I mean, jeez. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so talk about an impact. High impact for sure. I mean, he's got 5 different channels. YouTube bans one, he just makes another one. That's so savage. That's so funny. Alright, so we're going to play his video last, so stay tuned for that one. We've been keeping in touch, him and I. We're planning more stuff in the future. He's just always busy. And now I probably understand why he's always busy to some extent, because he's always putting out videos. But nonetheless, we'll collaborate one day. It's coming up soon. He's going to collaborate for the summit still. He's going to be like my last interview, potentially. But time's running out, so I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll find out. Let's continue with the with the show. And so the next thing is the animation. So let's first watch The Tiny Dot by Larkin Rose. If you haven't seen this, just remember it's called The Tiny Dot. Let's go.
Once upon a time, there were 100 million people. They had different interests, different beliefs, different occupations, but for the most part, they got along pretty well. Then one day, a gang of a few hundred people showed up. need to zoom in some more to see them. I know they're there somewhere. Zoom in. There they are. And this gang of a few hundred said to the throng of 100 million, "From now on, you all have to give us a cut of everything you earn."
This is an accurate graphical comparison between the number of American taxpayers and the number of U.S. congressmen.
And the throng said, "Gosh, do we have to give you a cut of what we earn?" And the gang of a few hundred said, "Yes, you have to." And the throng said, "Well, okay, I guess we have to." And one little troublemaker asked, "What if we don't?" The gang of a few hundred didn't like this and said, "If you do not comply, we shall unleash upon you our legions of enforcers." And the throng cried, "Oh no, please don't. We will comply, we will pay."
This is an accurate graphical comparison between the number of American taxpayers and the total number of IRS employees.
Time went by, and the gang of a few hundred said, "Now we want more of what you earn." And this kept happening over and over again, until eventually some of the throng were paying almost half of what they earned to the gang. Whenever the gang demanded more, the throng would say, "Golly, we're already having a tough time. Do we really need to give you even more?" And the gang always said, "Yes, you must, or we shall unleash our legion of enforcers." Now the gang of a few hundred was getting trillions of dollars every year, spending it on wars and pyramid schemes, giving away goodies to their friends, buying influence, and doing lots of other things. And some of the throng started saying, "We don't really like the war you're waging with the money we give you. Do we really have to be paying for that?" And the gang said, "Yes, we demand it. Don't make us send out our legion of enforcers." And some of the throng said, "You're taking our money and giving it to huge corporations and giant banks, and some people who just don't want to work. A lot of these things we don't like." And the gang said, "We don't care. We will decide how to spend it. You just do as you're told, or else." And the throng said, "Okay, I guess we have to." But eventually the throng got so fed up, so angry, that they took a drastic step. One day they said to the gang, "We don't like what you're doing. We want a new gang." And after pouring a huge amount of time and money into the effort, they replaced the gang with a new gang. Then the throng pleaded with the new gang, "Now, at long last, can we keep our own money, or at least keep more of it?" And the new gang said, "Sorry, but after much discussion, we've decided that you can't. You have to keep giving us what you've been giving, in fact, a little bit more than before." The throng was distraught and said, "This is dreadful. But after all, what choice do we have? I mean, they say we must comply, and they have that scary legion of enforcers. We're powerless against them. We'd better just do as we're told." So they did as they were told, got poorer and poorer, and lived miserably ever after. But after all, what else could they have done? What power could this throng possibly have compared to this gang of a few hundred and their enforcers? What chance would this thing have against this thing? How could these 100 million people ever hope to successfully resist the awesome power of this tiny little dot? In case anyone missed this, let's review. Here's them. Here are their enforcers. Here's us. Them, us. Them, us. Does anything about this seem just a little strange to you? Are you perhaps wondering, why does the throng need the permission of the dot to do anything? Why do these people feel the need to ask this tiny little dot if they can keep more of what they earn? Why would they spend year after year literally begging for lower taxes from this little dot? Is this dot just really darn intimidating? Is it very persuasive in its reasoning? To be blunt, why would this throng give a rodent's backside what this tiny little dot wanted? The fact that this tiny dot has the gall to issue such demands to such a throng is pretty startling in and of itself. But what is far more amazing is that the throng obeys this minuscule little parasitic gang of control freaks. What could possibly explain this? Let's ask the dot. This is how it works. When we, the dot, take your money and spend it on things you don't like, we're representing you. In fact, though you're not allowed to actually keep your own money, you're allowed to decide which little dot will steal half of what you earn. So that really means that you're in charge and that you're agreeing to give us your money. In fact, we, the dot, are serving you when we take your money and spend it on things you don't like. And so you should thank us and treat us with great respect and honor for having robbed you on your behalf for your own good in order to serve you by doing things you don't want us to do. So there you have it. I hope that cleared everything up for you.
If you're not entirely satisfied with the dot's explanation of things, you really should read the book The Most Dangerous Superstition, available now at Amazon.com.
Warning, this video contains ideas which are not government approved.
Hello, my name is Larkin Rose, and like a lot of people these days, I'm fairly strapped for cash, but I think I've come up with a solution. I'm allowed to rob you. Having to earn money is just too inconvenient, so I just gave myself permission to rob you. So I'll be by your house around, let's say, noon tomorrow to see which of your stuff I want to take. Now, this isn't just a threat. I'm not just saying I'm going to rob you. I, by writing this down, gave myself the moral right to rob you. So maybe I should have done it like this. I hereby grant to myself the absolute moral right to steal your stuff. So since I just gave myself the moral right to take your stuff, I'm sure when I show up you'll give me a warm welcome. And in case you think I can't give to myself the right to rob you, some friends of mine helped me out with this one. They signed this one, so it isn't just me now. A lot of people have given me the right to rob you. And in case you weren't impressed with these sort of simple printouts, my friends and I had a very formal meeting and put together this somewhat verbose but very official-looking document. You can read all the details if you really want, but the long and short of it is, now I'm allowed to rob you. So this document makes it all legit. I now have moral permission to rob you, and since I'm sure you're a fine, upstanding citizen, I'm sure you're going to cooperate when I show up tomorrow. So if you could have your valuables all laid out by noon tomorrow so I could see which of your stuff I want to take, that would be good. And then we can... What? Why are you giving me that look? Yeah, surely you don't doubt that this gives me the right to rob you. Surely you're not questioning the legitimacy of this document. Surely you wouldn't still claim that I don't have the right to rob you. I do. See? It says so right there. What, you don't think this is good enough? You don't think that this is binding on you? You don't think that this gives me the right to rob you? Let me show you something. This is a copy of the United States Constitution. And what it says, among other things, is that the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes. In other words, a long time ago, a bunch of guys got together and wrote down on a piece of paper, we have the right to rob you. Now, they didn't call it robbery, they called it taxation, because it sounds nicer. But it's essentially the same thing. We have the right to take your property from you by force, if necessary, without your consent. Now, they also wrote a whole lot of rules about how the robbers would be appointed and the legislative rituals which would have to precede the robbery and the different kinds of robbery they'd be allowed to do. But in essence, what this piece of the Constitution says is, we have the right to rob you. And did you believe them? When I did it, when I wrote down on paper that I had the right to rob you, you gave me a funny look. When they did it, did you believe them? Did you accept that this gave them moral permission to take your property without your consent? I bet you did. If you're like 99.999% of the population, you have accepted as unquestionable gospel the notion that this piece of paper gave to some mere mortal human beings the moral right to forcibly confiscate wealth from other people and call it taxation. In fact, if you're like 99.999% of the population, you've never even thought about this until right now. The IRS, it's hundreds of offices across the country, it's 100,000 employees, all the properties they've seized, all the bank accounts they've wiped out, all the people they've prosecuted and thrown in prison, all federal taxes, income, estate, employment, excises, all of them, all federal tax collection stems from this scribble of ink on a piece of parchment. This is supposedly the source of the authority for every bit of that. These few words scrawled on a piece of parchment a couple hundred years ago. By writing this, they claim to bestow upon those people calling themselves Congress a right that you don't have and I don't have. The right to take money by force, if necessary, from other people. And I bet that up till now, you have accepted that as unquestionably legitimate. You accepted the notion that this little bit of ink on a piece of parchment written hundreds of years ago actually gave moral permission for certain people to rob millions of other people. And I bet you look down on any who don't believe it. The people who are called tax cheats because they try to not get robbed, even though this piece of parchment says that somebody is allowed to rob them, I bet you think they're despicable criminals. I bet you cheer when those people have their bank accounts wiped out and their houses seized and get thrown in jail, because you really believe that this little bit of ink on a piece of parchment from a couple hundred years ago gave the moral right for some people to steal from other people. Wow, they must have had some powerful magic ink that by writing down on a piece of paper, we have the right to rob you, they actually altered morality. They made stealing into a good thing in certain situations. Now, I'm betting that you immediately realized when I showed you this piece of paper that it was bogus, that it was silly for me to claim that a piece of paper could give me the right to rob you. And it doesn't matter if it was done in magic marker, it doesn't matter if I printed it out, it doesn't matter if I did it myself or had other people sign it. Nothing, no ritual, no document, no legislation that I could do, that any number of people could do, could give to me the right to rob you any more than they could give me the right to murder you. But that's not what you were taught in school. You and most of your friends and most of your neighbors were all taught and all believed that this scribble on a piece of parchment gave the moral right to certain people to rob millions of other people. Well, that belief, as widely held as it is more absurd by several degrees than believing that I could give myself the right to rob you with this piece of paper. For starters, at least my piece of paper claims a source for this alleged right to steal. I have the right to rob you because I said so, or because my friend said so. The Constitution doesn't even do that. It says Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes. It doesn't say where they got it. Second, my scribble on a piece of paper identifies a living, breathing person to whom this right to steal is supposedly being given. Me. The Constitution claims to grant this power to people who weren't even born when the document was written, who weren't born for 200 years after the document was written. Likewise, while my scribble on a piece of paper identifies a living, breathing victim, you, the Constitution pretends to give the right to rob people who wouldn't be born until 200 years after the Constitution was written. That's like me writing, my great-great-grandchildren shall have the right to rob your great-great-grandchildren. In fact, it's worse than that, because there are no time limits in the Constitution. In short, what this scribble of ink on parchment alleges is that the people calling themselves Congress will, until the end of time, have the moral right to forcibly confiscate wealth from people without their consent. Let me put this as bluntly as I can. If you believe that this piece of paper gave me the moral right to rob you, you're out of your mind. If you believe that this piece of paper gave to Congress the moral right to rob you, you're certainly not alone, but you're still out of your mind. It's time to get back in your mind and start rethinking some of the absolute bunk that you've been taught all your life.
All right, so that was Larkin Rose. For any of you who don't know who he is, I see someone else new in the chat here from Twitch. If you're still here. Deadly is your name. Bunch of letters, but yes, your name spells deadly. Welcome to the chat, and welcome to other people who also are joining in. But yeah, Larkin Rose, everybody, larkinrose.com. I wouldn't go to the website because I think it's a little outdated. As you can tell from the video, it's a little outdated as well. His new website is therosechannel.com. Okay, so therosechannel.com. And he's got a bunch of resources there and a lot of other videos and a lot of animations and stuff. Definitely worth checking it out. He also has different servers that he set up and methods where people can communicate with each other and share knowledge. Of course, what's also referenced at the end of this video, if you notice, No Treason, Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner. That's one of the resources that come with the summit. So if you sign up for the summit, you'll also get that as a resource on one of the days. I forget which day it is. It might be like day 2 or day 3. In case you missed day 2 or day 3, don't worry. There will be replays of each day at the end, of course. And so resources like that are plentiful. Next video is by High Impact Flicks, and this is going to be the final video for tonight. So thank you guys for joining me. This video is basically going into everything, and it's going into my brochure that I made. Again, I didn't make a video on this brochure. He did. But this is a brochure that you can share with a lot of people, and you can print it as well. I'll give you guys the link of where you can find this brochure. I think he also provides it for his audience, but I'm going to give you guys the link as well to this brochure, and then you can either follow it along the video, which you don't really have to do that, but you can print it for the people that you know in real life. So this is the link directly to the PDF in the chat. There you go. Basically, you print it as one page and you fold it. That's all you got to do, right? It doesn't have to be hard paper or whatever. It's just one page, front and back, right? And just fold it as a brochure and you're done. And it's a good way perhaps to share some truth bombs with people. It's got tons of questions. Many of the questions that are in my political slavery video are on this brochure. So would recommend using this if you're trying to help other people in their truth process. So let's hear the video.
People can debate on what the most important thing to discuss is, or what the most important thing in the world is. Because if you say it's freedom, that is on the top of the heap. But if you say it's freedom, someone better come along and say, yeah, you could have all the freedom you want, but if you don't have your health, what good is it? So it's all, health is like, if you want to live a good life, you want your body to be healthy. You want to be strong. You want to be you want to have your mental acuity. You want to be intelligent. So that's definitely at the top of the heap. But I would also say that freedom is at the top of the heap, because if you don't have freedom, what do you really have? if you're subject at every turn to the whims of some psychopath who wants to create a bill and turn it into a law and take more money and take away more of your rights and make you more insecure in your persons, houses, papers, and effects, then it diminishes the quality of life. It really does. So while I may have titled this, the most important thing, it's definitely at the top of the heap, and that's your freedom. But how do we get free? And how do we articulate to people? Because guys, let's face it, Samuel Adams is right. It's not the majority who will prevail. It's the irate and tireless minority who are keen on setting what? Brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. If the masses aren't free, you're not going to be free. If the thousands of people you live near in your community are not free, you're only as free as their minds. So what if we freed their minds? Because let's say 1 or 2 or 10 or 20 or 100 of us, or, depending on the size of your city or county or wherever you live, 1,000 of us, if we stay in the extreme minority of people who know what's going on, they know that knowledge is power, and they know the more knowledge that you have, it pushes out ignorance, and you can walk in and flex your rights. If there's only a few of you in your community doing that and everybody else is pushing back, that's a very dangerous scenario to be in. It's always dangerous to be right when the government is always wrong. You can make the most solid moral argument in a court case, but they're going to decide against you because it went against their Supreme Court precedents or however they interpreted the Constitution. So that's the danger. But what if the jury of your peers was totally on board with you? That's why social media is so important, because you can reach out to more people than just onesies and twosies in the streets. Like, hey, have you ever considered whatever? Have you ever considered what we're about to talk about tonight? And I want to try to keep this as short as possible because I want to make this video shareable. If you know somebody who could benefit from this information in this video that, and the things that we're about to talk about, please share it. That's the most important thing to do. You're only going to be as free as the minds of the people in your community. And you definitely want to unlock and free those minds. And one of the ways to do it is to talk to them and bring them down to humanity and ask a couple of the questions that we're going to ask tonight. And the questions that I've got right here come from this brochure from this guy from this website right here. One of my friends that I just got off the phone with him a couple minutes ago. His name is Corey, the name of his YouTube channel, and he's on Twitter, he's on Twitch and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to give you his YouTube channel, and I'm going to put it in the chat room right here. And when this video gets done rendering and becomes a YouTube video or Odyssey or wherever, I'll make sure that I try to remember to put the link in the description and in the pinned comment. But his name's Corey. Nature's the Answer. Subscribe to him. Look at me. I'm not even subscribed. Oh, I'm subscribed to him on the other channel, not this one. So subscribe to him, and this is where this brochure comes from. And I will also put a link to this brochure if you're interested in talking to your family or friends about one of the most important things and that's your freedom. And see, we were taught in our public fool indoctrination program, the 15,000 hour long indoctrination program called the public fool system, to not question authority, to do what the authority said, that the legislators and the bureaucrats and the politicians mean for us to be free and want to spread goodness. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. This educational brochure says you're not taught this knowledge. Knowledge is power. Freedom comes only from morality. So where does slavery come from? If freedom comes from morality, and freedom is like the pinnacle of morality, where does slavery come from? Slavery can only come from immorality, because every single one of us knows that slavery is wrong. To do something, to violate the will of another who doesn't want his will violated, is immoral. It's morally unacceptable, any shade of slavery. And you can't make the excuse of, well, how are we going to get all the cotton picked? The only way we're doing it right now is with slaves. How are we going to have these nice cottony soft clothes that we have on right now? Where are we going to get this cotton? How are we going to do it without slavery? Guess what? We found a way, and we were able to produce more cotton-based goods without slavery because we had technology. We had people creating things like the cotton gin and all this stuff that cut out a whole lot of labor. But even if it didn't, even if production wouldn't go up, even if we knew production would go down, then we have to, you have to act on morality. It's like, but it's still wrong to have slaves. But look at all the benefits of slavery. I don't see anybody making that argument today. No, we got to bring slavery back because production dropped. Well, that would be immoral. That would be immoral. The law of freedom is morality. Here's the law of freedom. As morality increases, freedom increases. As morality declines, freedom declines. It's very simple. This is a brochure of common sense. Thomas Jefferson said, educate and inform the whole mass of people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberties. And this is what I was talking about. You don't have to worry about oh, by the way, during this live stream, we're going to drink another 42 ounces of water because that's going to be good for us. So in the last live stream, we drank 42 ounces of water. So during the course of this live stream, I'm going to be doing a lot of talking. I'm not going to play any videos, so it's going to be hard for me to drink, but I'm going to down some right now. If you haven't gotten your water, go ahead. You got, let's see, I'll give you 15 seconds. Okay, a third of the way there. So inform the people, because it doesn't matter about the few psychopaths at the top. That's not what should scare us. What should scare us is the masses who are going along with what the psychopaths say because it's easy or it's convenient or they feel like it's going to better their lives to pay attention to and vote in the psychopath. Again, you're only as free as the masses of people around you. And what if everybody was sensitized to freedom? We could literally have a completely changed life. Thomas Jefferson also said, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what it never was and what never shall be. You are not going to be free as long as you stay ignorant. And this is a constant process. Unfortunately, the way life has set itself up, freedom is not free. You have to constantly fight for it because there's always somebody on the other side of the table trying to take it from you and trying to tap into your time and laboring energies. By some cunning way, they're going to try to tap into your time and labor, the product of your time and laboring energies, and that's your money. That's your property. They want to take your time and they want to seize it for themselves. They want to take your freedom and they want to seize it for themselves so they can put you under their thumb. Socrates said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. I would have to think about that, but I mean, first blush, it sounds like it makes sense. So here are a couple things that you can ask people that you encounter if they are for government, if they are for politics, if they're still embroiled in the left versus right paradigm lie, if they still believe that, hey, without government, you'd have no roads, bridges, clean running water, public school system, Department of Energy. You couldn't have lights. You couldn't have anything without government. In other words, you can't have all these nice things without slavery because that's what government is. Government is slavery. The way it lives itself out, it is a man saying that they're better than you. They reserve for themselves the moral right. They truly believe it's a moral right to rule you. And on the other side of that, they believe you have the moral obligation to obey their rulership or, in their minds, be rightly punished. So here's some questions that you can ask people because people are operating on the basis of legality equals immorality, legality equals morality, and nothing could be further from the truth. Legality doesn't equal morality any more than illegality equals immorality. It's not a crime to smoke a joint. It's not a crime to dry out plant matter and inhale it. It's not a crime to ferment berries and drink it and get drunk. It's not a crime. What is a crime is if you reach out your hand and you create a victim. In other words, you violate somebody else's rights. You violate their will. So the first question is, do you have the moral right to rule or dominate another individual against their will? What's the answer to that question? No. You don't have a moral right. You have no right to dominate another individual. Why? Only one reason. Not because you have a holy book, not because you subscribe to a creed, not because you're a part of a religion, not because you think you're a good person. All you have to do is ask yourself a question. Would I want to be dominated against my will? And the answer is, if you're sane and you're not a liar, is no, I don't want to be dominated against my will by another person. So I won't go do any dominating myself. Number two, does anyone have the moral right to rule or dominate you if you don't want them to rule or dominate you? We know the answer to that question. Matter of fact, you just answer these yourself. Number three, does anyone have a legitimately higher claim over your life and property than you? We constantly say this. One of the things that's not in this is it ever right to be the initiator of unjust force and violence on somebody who hasn't done anything wrong, is peaceful, is innocent? We know the answer to that question. It's never right to initiate unjust force. Is it ever right to use force against another person in self-defense purposes? If you're trying to defend yourself or somebody else who's innocent, of course. The non-aggression principle does not mean that you're not aggressive against some attacking assailant. Number 3, number 4, do you have a legitimately higher claim over the life and property of another? Do you? Do you have a legitimate right? Number 5, do you have a legitimate right to steal your neighbor's stuff? Does your neighbor have the legitimate right to steal your stuff? If you don't have the right to steal from or harm another person, can you confer that right that you don't have onto another person or group? Think politics, think voting. Politics actually say, hey, I was put here by the people. Well, if it was 50-50 split, you weren't put there by the people. You were put there by 50% of the people. If it was a 30-70 split, there's 30% that don't back you and didn't want you in power. But you're going to rule over them anyway, aren't you? So it's so disingenuous for a politician to say, yeah, the American people put me in this seat, broad brushing all American people. It's like, wait a second, I didn't. I don't consent to this. So therefore, I don't consent to your law, to your rulership. How is that? How is it that you're going to railroad me into swallowing and abiding by your laws when I never voted for you? And now you're going to stand behind a lectern and say, hey, the American people voted for you. I'm an American and I don't vote. So I didn't put you into office. Therefore, I'm not subject, or I shouldn't be subject to your laws and edicts and arbitrary commands. But that's what politics is. That's what politics does. Do you think two people have a right to trade with each other independent of any third party if they want to? Let's say that you have a lawnmower, your neighbor's, and you want to get rid of it and you want to sell it so you can get a new lawnmower. And your neighbor goes, hey, I'll take the old one. What do you take for it? And you say, tell you what, give me $75. I've had it for 5 years. I've gotten usefulness out of it. $75, done, deal. But then somebody jumps into your driveway in between you two guys and goes, no, you can't engage in that transaction. If you do, here are the parameters. You give this guy 70. Let's make it $100. Okay, to make the math real easy. If you give your neighbor $100 and you give him the lawnmower, I want a cut on this. I'm taking 10%. So you got to give me $10. Do you think that two people have a right to trade with each other independent of a third party if they want to? Who is that person to jump between you two because you want to engage in a mutually consensual voluntary business transaction? I've got a lawnmower he wants. He's got money I want. I'm giving this to him so I can go buy a new lawnmower. Nobody's got a right. Nobody has a legitimate moral right to get in between that arrangement. And that's what government does. They get between you and the seller and they say, hey, we're taking a cut. You've got nothing to say about it. And then they justify their tax, their theft, and they call it taxation. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men living together in a society, they will create and have created for themselves in the course of time a legal system which authorizes it and a moral code which glorifies it, and everybody buys into it. And if we keep on buying into it, we keep dehumanizing and demoralizing ourselves to the point where it gives them power. We're actually giving away our power by consenting to the illegitimacy of government. Can you limit slavery or violence if it's seen by everyone as legitimate? If everybody sees immorality as legitimate, does that make it legitimate? Does that make it somehow moral? Should that be accepted by the masses? If you're the 1% or the 0.5% or the 0.25% who speaks out against everything that's wrong with the world, that's truly wrong and immoral, does that make you wrong because you're not in the 99.75%? No. Truth is truth, right is right, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter who believes it. A lie is still a lie, even if everybody believes it, and the truth is still the truth, even if nobody believes it. That's the beauty about truth. You can stand on it. It's dangerous to stand on it when the empire of lies despises the truth. Truth will always be treason in the empire of lies. Number 3, if stealing 100% of the product of someone's labor is slavery, do you agree with that? Is stealing 100% of the product of somebody's labor, is that slavery? The answer is obviously yes. They worked for it, you stole it, and they can say nothing about it, and they have no power to overcome you. That's frickin' the definition of slavery. If that's slavery, if taking 100% of somebody's product of their labor is slavery, then what percent is not slavery? 1%, 0.5%, 0.3%? Any percent of slavery is still slavery. Nobody's going, Well, I'll tell you what, I know we have slaves on the plantation. Let's just free 1% of them and let the other 99% stay on the plantations. Nobody's saying that. Let's accept 1% slavery. Nobody in their right mind is going to stand behind any lectern and say that. Listen to what Frederick Douglass said. Let me drink some water real quick. To make a content slave, says Frederick Douglass, you must make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision and, as far as possible, to annihilate his power of reason. Kind of remind you of any time frame in history? Like now? He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. The man that takes his earnings must be able to convince him that he has a perfect right to do so. And that's what we've been taught by the schools. That's what we've been taught by our public school indoctrination program, that it's perfectly right. As long as government does it, it's not slavery. As long as the agents of government do it, it's not theft. It's not criminality because they have a badge, a uniform, a gun, come with the authority of the state. Immorality ceases to be immorality when the officials and the authorities do it. That's what we've been taught. That's literally, you try pulling somebody over. You put blue lights in your dashboard and you pull somebody over and you give them a hard time and you start harassing them and you start pulling them out of the car and you start threatening them and you put them in a headlock and you take zip ties and tie them behind their back and you throw them into your car, you kidnap them and throw them into your basement, and you see how society treats you. But when cops do the exact same thing, somehow it's not immorality. Somehow it's not evil because they're wearing a uniform and they're wearing a clown suit and a shiny Cracker Jacks badge. It must not depend on mere force. The slave must know no higher law than his master's will. Don't question it. Don't question authority. The whole relationship must not only demonstrate to his mind its necessity. Remember what William Pitt the Younger said. Necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedoms. It's the argument of tyrants. It's the creed of slaves. What is the argument of tyrants and the creed of slaves? Oh, necessity dictates that you give up some of your freedoms and you let people steal your wealth because it's necessary. Oh my gosh, we got to keep America safe. This is for the general welfare. We're going to trample your freedoms because it's good for everybody. That's the necessity. So it says the whole relationship must not only demonstrate to his mind its necessity, but its absolute rightfulness. The slave has to be convinced in his mind that what the slave master is doing is right and everybody's going along with it. And why am I going to kick against the goads here? Why am I going to rock the boat? I'm like odd man out here. I'm only the 0.5% among 99.5% of the people who are going along with this. So obviously I'm wrong and they are right, because the opposite of a right is a wrong. That's why they call them individual rights. Why? Because they're right. It's just, it's fair, it's natural. But the opposite of right is a wrong. And that is what the state, the government, excels at, in putting, just pressuring you with wrong, threatening you with wrong, coercing you with wrong, and with theft, and with the threat of murder and violence and brutality. So that's the first part of this. And the second side of this brochure right here. By the way, if you're just joining us, I'm reading from this brochure that was put out by Corey from Nature is the Answer. And that's his YouTube channel. So we're reading the second side of this brochure. I will leave the link to the brochure and to Corey's site. If you join him, let him know that High Impact Flicks / Grease Monkey Videos / Here's the Deal sent you. We're trying to develop a community of people who are sensitized to the truth and to morality, because freedom is moral, slavery is immoral. Can we prevent another World War II? Democide is the top source of unnatural death. Democide is known as death by government. And they slaughter masses of people in the name of keeping them safe. 133 million deaths pre-20th century and 262 million deaths in the 20th century, for a total of 395 million. And this does not include people who died in all the wars. Doesn't include the combatants killed in the 350 plus wars between governments since 1800, or the 40 plus million international and Civil War combatant deaths in the 20th century. The number of people killed by their own governments in the 20th century was more than 4.5 times greater than the number killed by non-governmental murders, which raises the question of whether government should be counted more as a source of security or as a source of danger. And here's another Frederick Douglass quote that I'm going to expand here. I really, really like it. Politics will never define our rights or our freedoms. A right, any action which does not cause harm or steal. This is morality. No victim, no crime. You have not committed a crime if you've not left a victim. If you haven't stolen from somebody, if you haven't harmed them, if you haven't damaged their property and refused to pay for it, then you don't have a crime. You can't commit a crime against the state because the state is committing crimes against you. It'd be like saying, hey, you committed a crime against the carjacker. You interfered with his profession of carjacking cars. Nobody would ever say that. Nobody in their right mind would ever say that. Rights, freedoms, liberty, or life or property. You have the right to take any action which does not cause harm, violate another's rights. And that's the initiation of force that we were talking about, because the non-aggression principle does not exclude or does not address proper violence, just violence. That is, somebody's trying to attack you, somebody's trying to attack somebody you love, somebody's trying to attack an innocent person, and you see it and you intervene and you come with violence of your own to put down the aggressor. That is not wrong. That's actually the pinnacle of morality as well. There's no such thing as the delegation of wrong as rights come from nature. I like how they put that. So here's the Frederick Douglass quote. The morality of the act I dispose of as follows. I am myself, you are yourself. This is all common sense stuff. We are two distinct persons, equal persons. What you are, I am. You are a man, and so am I. God created both and made us separate beings. I am not by nature bond to you, nor you to me. Nature does not make your existence depend upon me, nor mine to depend upon yours. I cannot walk upon your legs, nor can you upon mine. I cannot breathe for you, nor you for me. I must breathe for myself and you for yourself. We are distinct persons and are each equally provided with faculties necessary to our individual existence. In leaving you, I took nothing but what belonged to me and in no way lessened your means for obtaining an honest living. Your faculties remain yours and mine became useful to their rightful owner. I therefore see no wrong in any part of the transaction. And if you ever do see wrong as part of the transaction, then it's quite likely that government or somebody with a government mentality is involved in that transaction. Because anybody who violates what Frederick Douglass says right here, I don't care if you call them the FBI, CIA, IRS, TSA, Department of Homeland Security, they're actually violating your rights against your will. And that is the very definition of slavery, and it's antithetical to freedom. So is there any means by which any number of individuals can delegate to someone else the moral right to do something which none of the individuals have the moral right to do themselves? Just these are questions you can ask somebody. Because I would like their honest answers to these. Do those who wield political power like presidents, legislators, senators, congressmen, whatever, have the moral right to do things which other people or law enforcement agents, do they have the moral right to do things which other people do not have the moral right to do? If so, from whom and how did they acquire such a right? What a good question. Is there any process like constitutions, election, legislation by which human beings can transform an immoral act into a moral act without changing the act itself? Ask yourself that question. These are questions that I'm sure that most of the American public and the public at large in the world community, whatever you want to call it, have even asked themselves or even considered. 2/3 of the way there. When the lawmakers and law enforcers use coercion and force in the name of law and government, do they bear the same responsibility for their actions that anyone else would who did the same thing on his own? Do they bear the same responsibility? In our world, no, they don't. Should they? Yes, they should. They should bear the same responsibility as we do, but they don't. For example, with a law enforcement agent who murdered Daniel Shaver, that's Philip Brailsford, murdered Daniel Shaver, who's trying to obey every word that Philip Brailsford said and his gang of misfits in that La Quinta Inn hallway. Did he have the right to take Daniel Shaver's life? No. What if it was somebody other than a cop that did it? Then he would get the book thrown at him, no doubt. But did Philip Brailsford go to jail? No, he got acquitted. He murdered a man who's trying to obey his commands in cold blood on camera, and Philip Brailsford was acquitted. Why? Because he has something called qualified immunity. He was scared for his life. An unarmed man quivering and partially inebriated in a hallway of the La Quinta Inn scared Philip Brailsford, and he felt like he had to pull the trigger because his life was in jeopardy, he says. It's nonsense. It's qualified immunity. If you use that excuse in a court of law, you're not going to get off like Philip Brailsford did. You're not going to get a lessened sentence like Amber Geiger did, having shot Botham Jean in his own home, thinking it was her apartment. And just the myriad of examples of people who got choked out, stabbed, heads bashed in, kicked in by a government functionary, shot to death like a dog, or had the dog sicked on them. When there's a conflict between an individual's own moral conscience and the commands of a political authority, is the individual morally obligated to do what he personally views as wrong in order to obey the law? It's this whole, hey, I'm just following orders. I'm just doing my job. I didn't make the laws. I just follow them. That's an order follower. One of the most dangerous people in this world is somebody who turns his mind off and puts his morality in suspended animation so he can obey his overlords and just enforce the policy. That's why they call them law enforcers. The word force is in there. Like George Washington said, government is not eloquence. It's not reason. It's not logic. It's not goodness. It's force. And like fire, it's a dangerous servant and a fearful master. And it chooses to be a fearful master while it calls itself the servant. So just to quickly bring this all around, let me minimize this. The guy who came up with this brochure is Corey. I'm going to put the link again in the chat room to Corey's YouTube channel. Let him know High Impact Flicks sent you. And when this video gets done rendering, I'll make sure that I put it in the link. But share this video with everybody you know, guys, because this is important stuff. These are questions we need to be asking people. These are questions that people don't typically ask themselves. They just go along to get along. They've been conditioned and their brains have been pickled by fake stream CIA infiltrated Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra Media, by a 15,000-hour indoctrination program. They literally believe that voting for another slave master on the plantation is going to somehow, lessen the pain of their shackles while they currently sit on the plantation, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and they're embroiled in Team Red versus Team Blue, the right versus left paradigm, which ensures that the bankers stay firmly in the seat of power, firmly grasping the levers of power and pushing those buttons. So, I don't know, leave your thoughts about this. If you disagree with anything that I said during the course of this video, please let me know. Leave a comment about it. If you like this video, if you like this content, share it with everybody you know. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Subscribe to my private email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. Subscribe to Corey right here. Let me know I sent you. Go over there. He's got a lot of
Brian.
lot of good...
Too nice of you, man. Too nice of you. All right. But that's it. That's all for me tonight. We went on for almost 5 hours. And, we went over 3 different interviews, several different videos. Again, a bunch more resources. We just replayed day 8. Again, it's extended, even though we're on day 9. Be sure to check your email for day 9 as well. And you guys are being so supportive. You guys are great, honestly. And remember, you can absolutely contribute to the next project that we got going on with the newspaper. I call it the newspaper for now, but I'm going to shift my terminology in the future to Liberator 2. But until then, we're just going to call it newspaper. So please feel free to get involved, because everybody can absolutely get involved with the next project. I'm not here to be simply another content creator. I'm here to make a difference. And that's the goal. We got a long way to go, and we can easily speed up that process with the internet. It's just a matter of time till something goes viral and it's over. And I'm not looking for any of my stuff to go viral. I'm looking for the ideas to go viral, and it will basically inevitably. And slower but steady is actually better. You'd rather it doesn't reach the public all at once. You'd rather you build up a strong base over time of people who genuinely care about the ideas, who build a very strong foundation for the future. That's anyways how I look at it, but always open to you guys and what you guys are thinking. Thank you, Crystal, my sister, for moderating the chat a little bit. And can I do anything from where I am with no money? Yeah, so money to me is out of the picture. I know obviously plays a toll when it comes to content creation. But once you get what you need, you don't need to pay for video editors. You don't need to pay for, having a YouTube channel and things like that. Once you have the equipment, it's over, right? So if you want to share this video, by the way, from High Impact Flicks, I can link this specific one in the chat, but I'm probably going to end up reposting this video sometime on my channel. I haven't done that. This is a couple months old, this video. But I will probably repost it sometime because, give it enough time, I can just repost it. That'd be pretty cool. That way people can know that High Impact Flicks has views similar to me. And not a lot of people know that on his community. Thank you, Journal, so much for sharing it on your own channel as well. I see that. I'm looking at your channel right now. The Journals of Awakening. Yeah. Why Mr. Beast inspires YouTubers. I mean, that's not wrong. Right? Not wrong. I definitely would say he did start from a very small background, that guy, and then he just blew up. But that's because the more you spend, that's an interesting case, right? You spend money to make money. That's basically his whole doctrine. You can go that route, and if you want, it's just the problem is with this type of knowledge, it's a little tough. Like, I could be like those other content creators out there, but not really, because what we're talking about is not something that the algorithms and things are going to favor, right? But nonetheless, it's going to get out there, like I said. It's just a matter of time. But I just want to help everyone. Yeah, same here, man. Same here. So, awesome stuff. Good stuff, guys. Keep up the great work on your end. I'll keep up the great work on my end. We're all partaking in the great work. I appreciate it so much. We're going to go. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. And feel free to stop on by tomorrow. Everybody on the Twitch side and everybody on the YouTube side. I'm not going to raid anyone on Twitch. Don't think anyone's live, honestly. And if I had a Twitch raid, I'd probably transfer the raid to another raid. But we don't have that today. But regardless, it's always cool to see new people and you guys who are always coming back as well. Yep, thank you guys. I appreciate it. You can always repost anything. Remember that. Repost any of the interviews, any of the videos on any of the days. Feel free. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll keep in touch and get involved one way or another. Peace out.